Listen, listen, listen. Welcome to Monday Night Toy Ramblings, where I am broadcasting live from my dungeon, which is upstairs. I don't know. Anyway, hope everyone had a wonderful weekend. I hope someone found something good that they're interested in, something that maybe popped up over the weekend between ZoloCon and what was the other one? New York Toy Fair, right? Is that what it was? Seems like they may have shown off a couple things. Maybe some people are excited over what's going to happen. Maybe some people have already decided they're going to be broke. This guy, uh, once that once that GI Joe stuff hits, which it looks like there's going to be a lot of it showing up. Going up for pre-order tomorrow. So if you're if you're not going to be throwing me super chats, then be prepared to go and get some GI Joe stuff tomorrow. I'm not sure what else is going to come up. If you look at Entertainment Earth, they have it up there that some stuff's going to go up. We know it's the retro figures. That's going to be those are going up. Snake Eyes and the Polar Bear. That's going to be fan channel exclusive. Breaker is a Target exclusive, so get ready to get charged over and over and over and over. If no one's ever dealt with a Target pre-order, then know they just keep pinging your card over and over and over. It's the most annoying thing that you'll ever deal with. Anyway, hope everyone had a wonderful weekend, as I think I already mentioned. I had a long weekend, and by long I mean trying to do a lot of stuff. And I recorded three? That's four. Three different classic videos, starting with Gung Ho, Snow Job, and the Polar Battle Bear. And I also did the part 5 of rating the GI Joe Classified 81 through 100. I really got to plan for that a little bit better, because that honestly takes me roughly about 5 hours to do, between recording it and then doing all the voiceovers. And every time I have to redo a voiceover, it takes way longer and it takes up so much space because I use my phone. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, but I have enjoyed doing it. But at this point, after we do this, we're going to kind of step back, I think, from doing the numbered classified. I think I'm going to do the retro cards, and I'm going to do the vehicles. Going to try and let it catch up to where we have at least 200 out, so that I can get 5 episodes out there in a row. They go pretty quickly. So anyway, that will be airing this week, and we'll talk about that. But I did I kind of got away from YouTube. I actually crashed on Friday about 9:30. So if anyone was expecting to see me on a stream on Friday, I passed out about 9:30, and I think I woke up about 8 in the morning. I woke up for like an hour at like 2:30 or 3:30. And then Saturday, after recording, I didn't even want to go on like the Clubhouse. It was just a long day of recording, like I said. So anyway, please hit that like button. Since you're here, is the easiest way to support the channel. It costs you absolutely nothing, and it tells YouTube that the algorithm that some of you fools like to see and watch me. But anyway, let's get into saying hi to everyone here. While you guys are hitting that like button, I'm gonna say hi. So we have Johnny Reno here. We have Same Time Toys, who says, "Here we go. Hopefully I'm not passed out." That was at 8:30. MTC is here. We have Menhezes in the house. We have Old Snake. We have True Star Screamer, or Trust a Screamer, has now joined us. Krusty Old Crow, J Astro, GI Bro, who has the best guns in the community, bar none. We have Action Figs, one of my moderators, who is joining us. Whew, that's all the same people. We have Gareth Widger, True Star Screamer, No Guts, No Glory from Galaxy Rangers for Best 80s Cartoon Theme. I don't know. I have to look at that. But I don't believe that I've ever seen you here. So if you're new, thank you very much. Great to have you in here. We have Evo Dookie. We have Snow Wolf. Turk Murphy Toy Solutions. U.S. Combat Dojo. Son of a Crayon Slayer. I absolutely love that name. I don't know why, but there's something about that name that I absolutely love. We have SES Dog. Machine Man. Viper Scout. We have a Debo DNA, who I just locked up to be a future guest on Thursday with a friend. And when I say future, I mean few months down the road. 3-star draws here. The Shark 110. Bobby Wold, who even shows up when he knows he can't win anything because I don't give stuff away for everything. I don't have the money, nor do I ever want to be a giveaway channel. Good fucking Lord, man. You don't have to give away everything to get stuff. Darth Berkey is here. Astrodamus Toys is joining us. Ooh, we have Sabir, who I will never say his name. I will. Sabir Del Norte. I believe I got that right. Huh? Good evening, APT chat and Lawrence. I don't know why I said that so aggressively, but I did. Roll Keeper is joining us. We have Rolando, Utah Toy Hunter. I love that name too. I'm not saying I don't love any of your other names, but there's some that I just think are really cool. We have Hustle SM. We have Travis B74, maybe the only Travis in the history that has never aggravated the shit out of me. But I don't really know him that well, so there's always a chance. Old Smoke has joined us. We have Len, who I will not try and pronounce his name because I know I will absolutely obliterate it. We have a Fat Trid who still has this FU at the end. Gun Bunny Customs is here. Whew. All right. And we have Little Troll 9044 catching live for a change. I don't believe that I've ever seen you here, so welcome. Great to have you here. I love having the new people. If you're new here, hey, you know what? Say thank you. Say hi. It's great to see some new faces in here. It's always great and always appreciated more than you're ever gonna realize. And what is this here? Quickly.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
True Star Screamer with the $2 super chat saying, I had to show up in case you needed an expert. Come on. You have been watching the show long enough that you know that I will always need some help, especially for the amount of stuff that I'm going to be looking at when we get to Toy Fair. Because let's be honest, there's a lot of stuff that I have no clue at all what it is. But if it looks nice, I put it in there. Actually, there's certain things that I hit. Derek Holloman. I feel like this was much easier. I feel like maybe I should have waited a little bit longer. Anyway, 50 people here, which means there should be 50 likes. I'm sure there's not. Anyway, quickly. So I had my daughter here this weekend, and we watched Buffy and Angel, as we have been doing. And again, if you're following the course of the saga of watching Buffy and Angel, it is taking a long time. But we finally got to the episode. And that is the episode where Buffy's mom dies. And this was one of those ones that, unfortunately, my daughter found out about it before, because as we're just going back and forth, it literally in the description says, Buffy deals with, Buffy and Dawn deal with her mom, dying. Spoiler alert. Anyway, I lost my mom when I was 13. I talked about this before. But even the first time that I had ever seen this episode, it was one that when she walked in and her mom was laying there, because my mom actually, when I found her, she was on the couch. They're laying in this position that is so uncomfortable that, let's just say that if you were asleep, your body would just automatically adjust. And I remember seeing the episode, and to this day, it's still, I don't say it haunts me. It freaks me out because it's so, it hits so, I'm trying to think about that. It was so real. And now rewatching the episode now, and maybe I felt the same way early on when I seen it, but as an adult and listening to how all her friends and everyone deal with it, it's so true because I didn't watch, people told me, like my best friend at the time, he was kind of like running around in circles, kind of freaking out about it, didn't know what to do, and it's weird. But for some odd reason, there are a few episodes in TV that really hit me. And again, you guys can probably figure out why that one hits me. But I just thought it was done so well. It was written so well. It had very little to do with what the lore of Buffy is or Angel or anything like that. So anyway, we finally got to that episode. I feel like I've been waiting for so long to get there. Stanley Eberhardt is joining here. We have a soul brother number one. He says, "What's good, Lawrence?" Oh, I'm not good, but I'm not a good Lawrence. And yes, Viper Scout saying, "Rip Dawn." I gotta say this. So Michelle Trachtenberg passed away. She played Dawn, Buffy's not real little sister. And the first episode that we watch after she passed away is the one where she finds out that she is the key. Again, spoiler alert. And so now she knows she's not like real, and she shows up and she's like cut herself with this knife. Is this real blood? And I'm like, the jokes just kept flowing, and my daughter's just like, like, of all episodes, it's the one where she's basically trying to off herself, because she found that out. It's the one that we watched right after she passed away. So anyway, yes, I have a sick sense of humor. Hope none of you guys leave. I would assume most of you guys already know this about me. I don't take a lot too serious in life. But anyway, we do have a big show because we got a lot to talk about. I had to change the whole topic. So the whole topic was actually going to be about Mattel getting the license for DC. And the topic was really going to be, do you care who makes your lines? Like if GI Joe went to another company, and again, that's a hard one because Hasbro owns them, but let's say, they license it out, fully license it out to McFarlane. Do you care who makes it? I mean, does it bother you? Are you a brand, like, are you loyal to like the company, or are you gonna be loyal to like the brand, right? So let's say Mattel, somehow M.A.S.K gets the license to do all of Motu. Mattel's like, we don't want to spend the money. Does it bother you? No, at that price it may, but we're gonna push that to next week. So you'll actually see me put up you'll probably actually see me put up that thumbnail again really soon, sooner than my normal lives go. So anyway, Liquid Identity has jumped in here saying video title promises ramblings, delivers. No lie there. Joe Fan 84 has jumped in here. And then we have Nolan, who, what I understand, once he jumps in, it makes this toy tube official. And Darth Berkey saying, I was sweating Todd getting Star Wars. I'll say it again. People can hate on the Black Series. They can hate on Marvel Legends. They can hate on Hasbro having it. Tell me who you want to have the license. And let's be honest, I guess we'll see how Mattel does when that actually, when they get it. Quickly, and we'll talk about this next week. My moderator Matthew said, the one thing that Todd did that no other company is going to do is they're going to give you these obscure characters. Super 7, they do it, and Todd does it. And I'm not so sure if that's true, and we'll talk about this more, but when you think about it, they've gone really deep in the Motu lore. Characters that people never thought that they would get. So, it might not be so sure that, we won't get some obscure characters from the DC universe. And I really hope they do. I hope that they're able to make it once we know everything. But I do hope that they're able to, continue with that. Go obscure. Give some good articulation, change a lot. So let's see. Ray Black has jumped in here. We have Old Snake jumping here saying brand loyalty, not company loyalty. As long as it's not made by Super 7, I won't buy any of their shit. And again, we're going to discuss that, next week. We're going to discuss that next week. Again, I had that all planned for this week. By all planned, I meant that was a topic I decided what I'm going to say that day usually. We have Eternian Ellipse jumping in here. Great to have you here. Anyway. Oh, look at this. Matthew Matson. Usually he's not here this late. Todd still has a license until the end of 2026. Did you watch Toddy Mac video I sent you where he said he will survive and will always make DC stuff in some form or another? I did see that. Did he? I didn't hear. I missed where they said the end of 2026. I was told that it's the middle of 2026 that's when Mattel gets the license. But it might be that little crossover the same way that Fortnite with Jazzwares and Hasbro had with Fortnite. But we're gonna get into that the next week, right? We got so much to talk about. Before we even get there. So anyway, this week, as I kind of mentioned, we are going to have the three classic videos, Gung Ho, Snow Job, and the Polar Battle Bear, Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday. I have the premiere of the rating the GI Joe Classified figures, 81 to 100. Rather than on Tuesday, it's going to come out on Wednesday at 8 p.m. And there is a reason for that, and you'll hear about that in a second. So I do want to say thank you to Skunkworks for being on Thursday with a friend. If you haven't watched that one, please go check it out. He is, you see this big beard and you just assume he's a big loof. He's not at all. He's a very smart man and an extremely smart man. He was on with Ed. Did a better job than that Travis guy, but again, that's sorry, Travis is out there. It's not that hard to be better than Travis. Yeah, I said it. Anyway, I want to say thank you to him. This week, I will be on YouTube an awful lot. So you obviously have me here today. I'll be talking about Toy Fair. Tomorrow, I will be on with Baldy, Spec, and the Island Viper Terry. Yes, the Island Viper. Just like we were a couple weeks ago, about 6:30, I believe, is what the stream is supposed to be set for. And we'll be simulcasting here on Baldy's and on Terry's, and I think on Specs. Also, I made it perfectly clear to them, and I want to make this clear to, especially to my two moderators and to them, that I said I can go on at 6:30. Again, I don't want to have controls because I do this, but I can go on at 6:30, but I'm not going to step on the toes of my moderators. They do a lot of work for me. They help out, and I'm not going to put up a show and go on live against them. So, and I think it works out because I believe Terry actually works midnights. Wednesday, as I mentioned, I'll be having my premiere, so I'll be in the chat at 8 p.m. Thursday, I'm having the I'd say the one and only, but he's technically not the one and only. But I'm having Patrick, not Picard, Stewart from the Full Force, from Articulated Points. He doesn't do a lot of lives other than the Full Force. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I've ever seen him on another live any other time, but I'm going to have Pat Stewart on, and he's actually really hyped about it. So that's so much better when someone is super hyped to be on it. And then this Friday at 10:30 p.m., I will be, I guess, in the hot seat for Pop Blender. I'm not really sure what he's going to be asking me. I'm not sure what he wants to talk about. But he said it's time to flip the script. He wants to put some pressure on me, ask me some questions since I'm the one that's always asking others. And I said, you know what? Let's do this. So 10:30. on Pop's channel. I will make sure that everyone knows it once I have a link for it. Once the stream is put up, I will post it in the community so everyone can make sure they find it. And look at this. We have a star in the house. Chaz the Guru saying, hey, party people. And Daredevil Dave jumping in here too. Great to have you guys both. All right. Let me look at my trusty little notes here that I got to talk about. So, I guess I mentioned it earlier. We are now into March. So I do have my 4 guests for Thursday with a friend lined up, and that is Patrick Stewart. Followed him will be Hyperdelic. Following him will be Silver K. Many of you guys know Silver K that are not in the Joe community. And then at the end of the month, during her spring break, which works out perfect, you guys are going to get what you want. And I know I mentioned this last week. Who will easily be my most special guest that I'll ever have on. My daughter Olivia will be sitting down to answer some questions for you guys. Like why the hell she thinks she can just walk on in. Now she's not here, so we don't have to worry about her just butting in. But for sure, you'll get a chance to hear her. It probably won't be as long as some of the other ones because, well, there's a lot of questions that there's no way in hell I would answer or I would ask because certain things you guys don't ever need to know. We'll just say that. Nameless Void 53 is here. Make figures 1/12 scale again. Hey, you know what? I have no problem with it as long as they continue to make, make DC figures. Man, I'm reading way too fast. Make DC figures 1/12 scale again. Well, technically they are 1/12 scale. I'll be interested to see how they do that. That's another thing I'm going to talk about when we get to that for sure. I hear it's Pop Blender jumping in here saying, Punked with Toys. The stream is up and ready to go. All right, well, if someone wants to put a link to that, they're more than welcome to. And by someone, I mean one of my moderators. We have Toy Matrix here. Yo, Punk, yo, chat. I think Star Wars had an impressive showing at Toy Fair. We got a couple things from them for sure. And, when we get to that, we'll definitely see. Again, I can only pick so many things. I probably should just leave GI Joe out, considering I know that's going to win. But hey, you got to put GI Joe in there. So, again, you guys came for the rambling. This is what you're going to get. So we did have like I said, Toy Fair, ZoloCon. I don't really have much from ZoloCon. It was, I don't follow a lot of those companies. Like I should. Some of them aren't as easy to find the stuff, and all the stuff is just being posted through Toy Arc, Toy Newsy, as some people would call it. I did get the Mythic Legion stuff in there. They had a figure. I went to the Valaverse. I went to the Valaverse Instagram, but I'm blocked. So unfortunately, there'll be no Valaverse info because I've been blocked from that Instagram. So I guess we won't see that. I didn't get into the Savage Crucibles, and again, it's because I'm not following a lot of the stuff shown off at ZoloCon. I don't always know what's new. There's so much stuff that's just constantly being thrown at us. So anyway. Chaz, I'm sure you do. Mr. Mad Guess jumping in here. The Barbarian it looked really nice. It looked really nice. There is no doubt about that at all. And look at this. We got a couple people. Mr. Mad Guess. He jumped in. JLS Comics, who has some wonderful content himself. Sean Jones and Cobra Commander all jumping in here right now. All right. As you guys know, please head over to Teledope Toys. Buy some stuff from them. All right. I think that we're going to end up getting just hammered with a lot of stuff. And I'm not talking just the GI Joe stuff, just not your normal stuff, but they're going to be getting hammered with a lot of stuff. So anyway, head on over there. Use my code APWT, a punk with toys. You're getting 10% off everything, right? Like you've heard Moss Man say it. And then I have to pay it back at the end of the month, which just isn't fair. But you know what? I'm here to help you guys out. Entertainment Earth, I'm going to have links up tomorrow as soon as that GI Joe stuff goes up. When someone asks, hey, BBTS also has it, so does Hasbro Pulse, they don't pay me. I don't get any commission. So you'll see me post links to where I get commission because you guys already know where to get it. But hey, if you're able to just kind of click on the link and, you know, help a little Mexican out, it's great. And let's see, we have another shark joining us saying, I came here to talk Action Force. You're in the wrong place. I can't go to their Instagram. I'm completely blocked from it. So how can I talk about something that I don't see? Hey, you know what? Not my fault. All right. We talked about this before. We recorded another episode. Sunday, but last Thursday, our 4th episode of Talking Reacher over on the Coalition went up. Myself and Adam Vale, we are going over it, breaking it down, just kind of recapping it. We watched the episode, and it goes live. I think we're putting it live at 3 or 4 a.m. We are sitting at the last episode is approaching 3,000 views, which is I'm really impressed with it. I'm really happy with it. So if you're watching the Amazon show Reacher, here's a link to our last episode. Make sure if you're over there, make sure if you watch it, leave a comment, hit that like button. It is hard to get engagement even with that many people watching, but we'd love to get some engagement from you guys. At least give some likes. But I'm really happy with how that show that we're doing is going. But I got to tell you this, in all honesty, if you're not watching the show Reacher, what the fuck are you watching? Because that show is so good. It is so much fun. It is so much fun that it's one of those true throwback action shows. And again, I think the guy is, you know, he's a wonderful actor for that role, and he fits it perfect. Punisher Bill says, that sucks to hear about Action Force. They're having problems with their vehicles. The wheels are breaking off. I see it. Okay. So all jokes aside, I don't cover Action Force anymore. All right. I did the Vanguard. I'm done with it. Even if I wasn't blocked from their Instagram page, and when I say blocked, I mean both my Punk with Toys and my personal one, he blocked me. Listen, I've been done with that brand for quite some time. I haven't bought anything since in well over a year, and I don't feel a need to. Last time I checked, they make some really good product. That's the last stuff that I had. I can't really complain too much about it, but I'm not covering anymore. Matthew, I did not get to watch the last episode, so please don't spoil it. I kept forgetting because when I should have been watching it, I was either recording something here, working on the show, or Olivia and I were watching Buffy the Vampire Slayer and or Angel. And let me tell you, in Reacher, because I see like Mr. Magda saying Reacher is the man. I'm not gonna. I won't spoil anything, but man, I gotta say this: the guy that is there's a guy that's bigger than Reacher. He's 7'3", and he's not like one of those just tall basketball guys who's really skinny. He is a hawk of a man. Like he is just. It is awesome. So, yes, 1923 is great. Right out of the gate this season, I watched episode 1. I was not disappointed at all. Yeah, no, Cobra Commander. I don't know who you're talking. If you're talking about the people that are showing the broken wheels, those wheels are snapping off because of how they're made. If that's what you're talking about, No one's out to sabotage anyone. I mean, whatever. Do what you want. But Matthew says, I'm not caught up with Daredevil yet. Been watching Daredevil before the new episodes tomorrow. Man. Baldy, I can't do the show tomorrow. Because now I got to go home and watch. Yeah. So that's what I'll be doing after that for sure. Man, yeah, I'm excited for the Daredevil episode. Hopefully Disney keeps it the same way. I hope so, because it's Daredevil is such a good TV show. And the stuff they're doing, yeah. So, and let's see, it looks like 3 stars saying that show is 90% filler and so melodramatic. And Matthew is saying 3-star Witch Show 1923. I disagree. And if that is what 3 stars is saying, I disagree with you too. I absolutely loved 1923. So technically, shouldn't this season be 1924? Asking for a friend. Anyway, I'm trying to think. Is there anything else to discuss? I'm gonna look at all my notes. Yeah. Nope. It's kind of crazy when when you're not talking drama and shit. Like you can get to you kind of have to stretch everything out. But before we get into the news, the stuff that is being shown off, well, we got to hear from our sponsor, and that is Dope Toys.
Oh, hey guys. So Lawrence, he had to step away for a little bit. He's got a case of the grumble dust. So he asked me to kind of watch over his stream. He put me in charge of y'all. He said to me, "Oh, Moss Man, I have a case of the grumble dust, and I need you to watch myself for a little bit so nobody leaves and finds out that there's more interesting things to watch on YouTube. And also, I hate Ohio." So I was like, oh, dang, so now I have to come up with a topic for my very own show. And I was like, oh, what about talking about your favorite toy stores? So my favorite toy store is HelloDopeToys.com. So they used to have this really bad website. It used to look real scammy. Like if I gave them money, they were going to go spend it on like blow and hookers. But now their website is really nice. And like I can just go in and do like 1-2 click. And then my order's placed. And they ship super fast, guys. They ship everything in 1 business day. So like I get all my toys first. So when I'm out there on the playground and all my friends are like, oh, dang, Mouse Man, where'd you get that action figure? I still have to wait 17 months for mine. And I'm just like, well, I went to HelloDopeToys.com and I just pushed the buttons and then they shipped it out to me. And the packaging is so nice, guys. Like, I opened up the box and I was like, oh, I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this kind of packaging. It's so nice. But then my trash can gets full because of all the packing stuff. And I was just like, oh, dang, I just changed the trash. But now I gotta change the trash again. Oh, you're right, Matthew Matson. You can use the code APWT at HelloDopeToys.com and save 10% on your order. So how that works is, so you're gonna save 10%, and then a Punk with Toys, he has to pay that 10% that y'all saved. So if you don't like Lawrence, you can just go to HelloDopeToys.com and just buy a bunch of stuff and rack up his bill. So then like at the end of the month, they're like, Hello Dope Toys is like, oh, Lawrence, you owe us $1 million because of all the 10% codes that everybody used. And yeah, that's how that works. Okay, guys, so it looks like it's time for me to go now. So make sure you go to HelloDopeToys.com and like and subscribe. And then in the comments, put what your favorite toy store is. But if it's not HelloDopeToys.com, I'm probably just going to delete it, okay? So, all right, guys, bye!
So is your favorite toy store Hello Dope Toys? I mean, it should be. Anyway, on to New York Toy Fair. I did put New York Comic Con. I'm surprised someone hasn't yelled at me and said that, you should New York Comic Con. They meant Toy Fair. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, a little bit of Masters of the Universe talk. Where are my Motu guys at? Oh, you know where they're at right now? They're with Toy Habits because Toy Habits decided to do a live at 9 p.m. for some odd reason. But you know what? It's all good, I guess. Airborne Custom jumping here. Street date for Breaker is 7/20/25 according to Target's computer system. Is that the same date that Dr. Mindbender with the Trouble Bubble come out? Do you have it on good authority? Do you have an insider that's told you this? Anyway. All right, so I guess Airborne or Breaker won't be well, that's the street date. Is he going up tomorrow though? All right, anyway, a little bit of Motu news here. Hey. Everyone needs a break from time to time. All right. So here we have her. It's just like the female version of Orko with a body. I know what her name was at one time. I can't think of what it is. So please, somebody in the comments tell me who this is. Now, these are all origins. But they're Filmation origins. Jay Astro here says, I'm a Motu guy. It says, also to avoid those recurring pre-authorization charges for Target pre-orders, get a Target red card. Yes, that is true. I've never had a pre-authorization charge on. Yes, that is true. If you do have a Target red card, whether it be a credit card or the debit card, and I know the debit card does worry a lot of people, because if they don't have the money, then they're going to be screwed. They will not charge you over and 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 over. All right, so this is, I just saw someone say it. Shadow Weaver, thank you guys very much. So here's a Shadow Weaver. I believe that we've seen her before. I know some people say this looks kind of like a big microphone. I believe Thanos Copter would say it looks like something else. I'm gonna assume that Thanos Copter is going to buy this, and we will see some dirty pictures with whatever her. Again, this thing can be so many things. Yes, as 3-star says, it's a personal massager. It could be the thing that priest, throw the holy water. It's a microphone. So there's a whole bunch of things that it could be. It's a magic wand. It's a magic wand, either version. You're very true. It is. You're absolutely correct. It is a magic wand either way. That's actually pretty funny. Here we have Hordak with the big dice. I mean, that's a big hammer, right? Is that supposed to be dice? Because it almost has numbers on it. I mean, does he like rolling the dice? We've seen all these figures before, but these are shown, so I wanted to get a. JLS says, does it come with little batteries? No, little batteries are not included. Cobra Commander, it'd be cool if it vibrated. Made by Hitachi. Oh, Evil Dookie. Oh no, JLS. It's Bluetooth control. You still need batteries. Maybe it has the rechargeable batteries where you use the USB port to plug it. Seriously, does no one see this shit? I mean, honestly, yeah. There's no way that I'm the only one with degenerate viewers that sees the exact same things that I do when this stuff comes out. Anyway, here's Hordak with this giant dice or hammer. I don't know what it is. I actually think this figure looks really good. Jay Astro says Hordak's thing is a time stopper, and I hate it. And and I hate it and threw it right in the accessory baggie. And Baldy Locks, who I'm still waiting. You may have actually sent me the thumbnail of the show for tomorrow. Comes with a towel and clean bed sheets. Anyway, so there's a time stopper. I guess he throws it and whatever it lands on, that's how long time stops. This is fake ore, am I correct? Where he has only his eyes kind of glow. That's how you know that it's faker. But he also looks like he comes with a regular He-Man head sculpt, so he can also be He-Man. Again, I think He-Man should always be on the pegs. He-Man and Skeletor. Now, this is one that I know that people seemed pretty excited about. Was this Orko, who can also be his cousin or his Uncle Jesse, right? That's where this is this beard. Now, I didn't realize this was an actual beard. But so you kind of get a 2-for-1 in case if you already have Orko, you don't have to worry about getting a different one. But, again, I feel like I'm kind of over Motu. Cooter. It's not Old Man Orko because I didn't understand it. It's like his uncle or something. That's the towel for the Cooter one. No, I don't think that I said that. I said he should be on the pegs. I said nothing about pegging. Here is Arrow, Bo. His name is Bo, right? Like Bo Duke, Cooter, and Uncle Jesse. Very creative here, Motu. Again, this is from She-Ra, where they said he has a bow. Let's name him Bo. I wonder if she calls the wine Johnny West. And you guys wonder why I keep Motu in here. This is just it. Bone knows after all. Anyway, these are all from Toy Arc. If you don't see the watermark right in the middle of it, these are all from Toy Arc. Again, it is nice that they give you the arrow. You can kind of also be Cupid also, I guess, if you really wanted to. So now this is Grizzlor from the cartoon. And I only know this because I was listening to the Clubhouse. I think it was the Clubhouse when they were talking about it. And he's not flocked. He has no fur or anything like that. So I didn't really realize he was Grizzlor from the Filmation. He comes with a mirror. And I heard them say there's a reason why he has the mirror. Someone tell me. Someone remind me why he has a mirror. Because I really don't remember what they said or why he has the mirror. Okay. Thank you, Darren. So, anyway, what's the reason for having the mirror other than he thinks he's really hot and he's like, I need to look at myself in the mirror. Daredevil Dave says because he thinks he is beautiful and he needs to look at himself. He has to check his fur flap for ticks. I'm going to tell you right now, some of these answers are going to be way better than the real answer, whatever it might be. Big M has joined us, and what goes, everyone? 3-star draw says, look at that hair and know why he's getting it style without a mirror. Okay. He is the guy with the Morris Day at the time. Darth Burke says it's for Shadow Weaver when she's using the wand. And Jay Astro says the Harry Classics Griswold looks silly. I'm glad we're getting him like this in cartoon collection. Leave it to Jay Astro to bring it back to. Anyway. Yeah, Jay Astro, don't hate him because he's beautiful. All right. And this is who is this guy? I like the colors. And why has he got a big block of cheese? Is there a reason why he has a big block of cheese? Clearly, he's about to eat that big block of cheese with those big old fangs. Seriously, what is he holding up? I mean, I did see it. I thought it was a block. Like, it looks like a block of cheese, not just like right now. Man, I've really fallen out of, like, I was collecting all this Motu stuff. Man, have I now just become one of those people that rips on it. At least I don't have to worry about them stopping anytime soon, because it looks like it's going to continue to go on for quite some time. But anyway, Snowwolf says it's just another mirror. This is Fangman. No idea what the accessory is, though. So it could be a block of cheese. I'd say it's probably not a block of gold because it'd be too heavy for him to hold up. Anyway, there you go. That is Fangman. Is that cheddar? Now we have She-Ra. And again, I heard them. I want to say this was on the Clubhouse. I tuned in, like I said, I was just exhausted, so I tuned in. And it was all at that point, Motu and Mythic Legions, and I just wasn't in the mood to discuss that. So here's She-Ra. And from what I can see, this is not a good-looking figure at all. This sculpt, I think, looks really bad. Although she has some really nice legs on her. I got to give them that. And I still don't understand, why does she have such a tiny little shield? What the hell is she actually protecting? Like, what is she blocking from there? But anyway. Evil Dookie says, at least the figures look better than the card art for Retro Flint. Yeah, but you know what? I'm not going to look at the card art. So even though it is awful, and it is pretty awful, I don't have to look at it. Anyway, we get She-Ra. This is Masterverse. We get a Masterverse Terror Claw Skeletor. This guy looks like he is straight out of GI Joe. This looks like a helmet that you would see on Cobra. Obviously not the claws, but the look of him. Maybe if you made it look like it's a bodysuit or something rather than just exposed skin, although who knows? It could be a dreadnought or something. But he has these big giant claws. I've never really cared for Terror Claws Skeletor. Just didn't seem to make too much sense in my personal opinion. But I actually think the helmet actually looks pretty good. But if we're making fun of this stuff and it bothers you, it's all a joke. Just roll with it. And this was one of my least liked He-Man too. And I did have the Origins. I think I actually did. I don't think I sold this one or not. I kept a lot of my He-Man just because I like the figures. But I've never cared for this punchy weapon, which is more like a fidget spinner, and a fidget spinner on his shield. So anyway, and Plastic Skulls has joined us. See, to be fair, I liked the look of Terror Claws. I just don't care for the claws. But I actually like the look of them. I think it's actually a pretty decent looking figure. But what are you going to do with those claws? We when my ex and I, before we had kids, we just had her daughter. One of the apartments we lived in, there was a lady that lived above us, and she had fingernails that were probably about 3 or 4 feet long, and they wrapped around. And I never noticed them because I'm a guy, so I never really paid attention. She also wasn't hot either, so I'm really not going to pay attention to her. And when it was pointed out to me, like, you can no longer not see it. You know, I'm not really paying attention. But Susan was like, I don't know how she wipes. And you're just like, oh, wow. So anytime I see like someone with those really long nails, I wonder how they do anything like that. But they had to be natural. And then one day, Susan was like, she cut them. I was like, shut up. I was like, yep. And then you can't not notice that she had cut them. And you just want to ask, why? Why did you cut those? Juiced Ice Creamer says, I bet that Skeletor just used as a geek back scratcher. You know what? It's not a bad idea. We'll have to see if it goes on clearance. Okay. So Masters of the Universe, Thundercats crossover. I think this is what a lot of people are really interested in. There's a lot of people that are excited for this. I feel like there's more people that are excited for this than for the TMT crossover. Again, I don't really have a problem with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle crossover, but I know a lot of people don't like it. But even as someone who missed the Turtles, it seems like a really good crossover. Like, just it fits. But I think this is really the crossover. And I don't even like this as a crossover. I think they should have made the Thundercats, not try and mix them, because they fit perfectly. So anyway, here we have Lionel. He's got some volume in that hair. That hair is beautiful. All right. If I had hair like that, I probably wouldn't shave it. I'm just kidding. I totally shave it. But this guy, I think that Lionel here, someone needs to get him and Tiger Force Outback to have a competition over who loves cats more, and just have that big old symbol on it. So, Oslank says Motu Thundercats is a definite want on my list of toys to get. It's not for me, but I think it works really well. You know, I think it's just something that really is. I just think it works. You know, it's these two. I know people would have loved to play with them together as a set. It just works together. So we have Just Jeff jumping in here saying, who doesn't love a bit of pussy? Some people don't. And Keanu Leaves, I really do like that name. And Nolan says, Battle Cat is the only one I might get. That's the one that really I don't like at all. I keep saying that they are only crossing over the skirt Super 7, hence the modular parts. Man, Roman is making some crazy noise right now. He's dreaming like crazy. So here is He-Man. Again, I just have He-Man. I don't need a crossover of He-Man here. Tristan T jumping in here. Great to have you here. Just Jeff says, I like to crossover Thundercats and Motu, and I dislike both. Ugh, things a lot. So it's cool to see this for some reason. Now, as a crossover, I think we can all agree that Panthro, and Panthro with Man-at-Arms is like the perfect crossover. But wouldn't you rather have them as a 2-pack? Like, you know, like just the two mechanics, the two guys that build weapons. Like, isn't this what you want to see? Like, these guys crossed over like in a 2-pack. I do kind of like the design of, you know, a Panthro here, but I don't think the yellow works all that well. And let's see, Kenzo's creation saying, Punk being a negative Nancy again. How am I being negative? I said this thing works. Just we don't need another He-Man that doesn't look like He-Man. This looks like a monstrosity that should be in Skeletor's lair more than anything, right? This should be in Snake Mountain. This looks like totally a henchman of Skeletor. again, I think Battle Cat should have been Battle Cat. There's no reason why, well, I guess it'd be kind of weird if the Thundercats are riding a cat. But hey, if you like it, you like it, right? We're allowed to make fun of stuff, enjoy it. It's all comical. It's all comedy here. We have Talib 1980 jumping in here saying, "Hey guys." And then we have the Skeletor Mummer crossover. Now, I think the Mummer looks really good. I don't know about Skeletor. That does not really work for me at all. But I think I really do think the Battle Cat looks good. But to me, it's one of those things where he's Battle Cat. He doesn't walk on two legs. He doesn't have these big claws. That's just me. But I'm also not going to be buying it, so I don't really care. So if you are, awesome. I don't believe that I've seen Tigra until this. I'm willing to bet that this figure is better than that shitty ass, crappy fucking Super 7 that I bought and wasted my money on that had paint bleeding and every crappy thing. That the Super 7 was awful. If you're not getting my drift. This is unique. Who is he supposed to be mixed with? Because who has the teal like that? And this looking J-Mac has jumped in here saying, I think the Battle Cat is a super cool. J-Mac, I believe, am I correct to say that I saw a shit ton of pictures from you from ZoloCon? Are you that J-Mac? I can't imagine there be too many J-Macs in this in this community. But J-Mac, if that was you, post it. You are a tall motherfucker. I knew that I knew the name. I had asked Tony, I'm like, who the hell is this J-Mac? Because I feel like I've seen your name before, but it's one of those crazy things. Just says 6'7", crazy hair. That's J-Mac. Yeah, I don't have crazy hair, and my hair couldn't even get long enough to make me 6'7". Maybe 5'7" if I was lucky. Anyway, here's your Tigra, and then here's your Chitara, who clearly is mixed with Tila. I think Tigra actually probably looks the best, to be 100% honest. I mean, there are some cool designs, but I think he works the best. But I'm trying to look. Is there anyone that knows who Tigra is mixed with? Come on. I mean, Kenzo, who the hell is Tigra mixed with? Because aren't they supposed to be a mix? So Tristan's only 6'1". Well, you're just hanging on a lot of short guys. So maybe... oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Tristan. Sorry, I thought it was J-Mac. This is what happens when you shit on your own. Anyway. And then they're coming out with another He-Man and Skeletor. And He-Man looks... I mean, just quickly looking at this, he looks like he is like right out of the our classics, what we had as a kid. Skeletor, not so much, because I don't remember there being that much paint on his chest piece and everything. But they give him the two different swords, so you don't have to have the stupid half sword. Why don't they give the sword to Skeletor? Stupid Mattel. Anyway, there you go. I think that's it for Motu. And Kenzo's saying, I hope they don't do that to Skelly. Well, I think they're already showing that it is. I think they're already showing that. So, yeah, I agree. Yeah, it should just be left purple. If you're doing He-Man to look classic, why are you doing this? And again, this has, 3 different paint apps. At least 3 different paint apps on it. maybe even 4. It almost looks like the little shoulder pauldrons are a darker purple, but that's too gawky. There's just way too much going on. But you know what? I don't have to buy it, or maybe you just get a little bit of Winsor and Newton and strip that fucking thing off. MCR, I always hated the half swords. I remember the commercials where if you put the swords together, then you could open Castle Grayskull. But then I found out really early that you didn't need to put them together. You could still open Castle Grayskull with just one of the swords. And I do understand that. I mean, I do fully understand that it was part of like the play feature, that it was part of the lore, but it was like, what? Like as a kid, you're like, I don't need to put them together. Which only meant that your mom or dad, more than likely your dad, was like, you don't need them both. Look. A lot bigger work to get Snow Wolf. It really didn't take much to unlock the Castle Grayskull, to be 100% honest. All right. Uncle Todd. This guy's going to go on. He made sure of it. So early on in the show, I was kind of talking about this. I'm going to pull this away really quick. But I just want to kind of discuss this. There was an interview with him, and he talked about, we really don't know what's going to happen. And he's like, it's not what I really don't like. I don't like that this happened. I wish it wouldn't have happened. But, we all just want good toys. And he's like, we're going to go on. I'm going to continue to make DC stuff no matter what. Just kind of like the hell you are. Mattel's like, the hell you are. He may still have the license to do, statues. Again, if Marvel allows him to do it, do that type of stuff where he's not getting the master license. And I don't think there's anywhere in hell that he's getting that master license. He might still do some stuff like that. Maybe something like page punchers. But according to what I had heard, and again, it's not just me or anyone, the Spin Masters is now losing the license because they're getting that scale. So is there some sort of agreement that, hey, you know what? You can still do superpowers because you're doing a classic version of it? Or is it one of those things where it's like, nope, you don't have the rights to do anything? I'm assuming that Mattel forked out a lot of money for DC. I mean, why wouldn't you? You need something to compete with. Hasbro with their Marvel. And as much as I love Wolverine and I love the Marvel characters, Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are the most popular superheroes of all time. And it's not even close. I don't even think it's close. So I can't imagine if I'm Mattel and I forked out of whatever they paid that they're going to be like, oh, yeah, Todd, you still do what you want to do. But he's already transitioning in some way. So, but he said it's still a ways away. He's still got a lot of Batman to make. He didn't actually say that, but we know that's what he meant. So Jokerized NFL players coming soon. And Figure Fight Club has jumped in here. Am I wrong for wanting to see Jokerized? Well, you know what? You know what a great Jokerized figure? What's his face? The old Green Bay Packers quarterback went to the Jets. Aaron Rodgers, because he's a fucking joker in himself. And then Woody 222. I went to highlight it and it went away. Woody 222 jumping in here saying, "Yo, Punk, what's good?" Hey, you know what? Just talking some toys. I mean, us adults here are talking our toys, like we always do on Mondays. Anyway, so I think when he loses the DC stuff, I think we're going to see him focus in on a lot of these smaller brands. I think we're going to see his toys end up in the collector spot more than anything. And here's Fallout. All right, this is Fallout. I know I watched the series. The girl, which I don't remember her name, she comes with a backpack. I don't think the face sculpt is all that great, to be 100% honest. But you can definitely tell that it's her. It's as good as Todd does. I mean, it looks like a clay face of her. Like someone made a clay face of her. Reacher figures. You know what would be hilarious is that he probably made Reacher really small. Or you know what he'd do? He'd make Reacher movie figures and the Reacher Amazon episodes or Amazon TV show figures. And what he would do is he would just swap heads with an Alec Richardson. I want to say that's his name, right? Richardson head. And then he used Tom Cruise on the exact same body, which we know would not fit. Mr. Wonderful jumping in here, saying, "Hey, Pumpkin Peeps." Again, here comes the first annoying Travis. Love you, Travis. Alfred jumping in here. Or is it Alfred? No. Alfhard. You know what? Someone tell me how to pronounce it. It's a lot easier if you have someone else that you can let them pronounce things that you don't understand. Emerald Knight jumping in here. Pop Lunar says, I love the statues that are out. Power Armor statues are dope. I need Hot Toys Fallout figures for my shelf. Oh, Pop, you're making big bucks. So here's a dog that has no articulation. But what's really weird about this is like the dog is like kind of set alone. Maybe this is a maybe this is going to be a 3-pack with the dog, and maybe that's the reason why. Because he's just kind of like standing alone. I'm like, I hope I can just sell this non-articulated dog alone. Terrence next toy jumps in and saying, Are you gonna be at Toy Lanta? That's not what it says, and you're already confusing me more. If you're asking me, no. No, I'm making it to Joe Fest. That's the only place that I'm making it to, Joe Fest. And right now, I'm even struggling to make sure I can get there. But really, this is what I wanted to look at, is this guy. And I forget what his name is. Please tell me what his name is. I absolutely love this actor. From the moment I saw him in The Shield and the fucking shitbag that he is in The Shield, but then you see the range of his acting when you see him on Sons of Anarchy, and then he did a show that didn't last very long, where he was a widower, which I thought was absolutely fucking hilarious. Walter Goggins is awesome, but I actually think he did a really good job with this, and it is called The Ghoul. Thank you, Tristan. And I have to say that I think they did a really good job from what I can see. And I did watch. I did watch the show. I'm not sure when it comes back, but anyway, I thought they did a good job. And so, just the whole body and everything on it, the suit, it looks really good. And you got to give Todd credit when he does something right, because we rip on him more than enough. Remember that, guys. When you rip on someone all the time, you got to give me credit when I do something right, which isn't very often. He was so good in Vice Principals. I don't think that I ever saw Vice Principals. That was one that unfortunately I didn't get around to watching. I'm trying to think because I had HBO Max. I think I watched it for a bit because I watched all the other guys' stuff that he did. Everything Walter Goggins does is good. I mean, seriously, everything. But I do remember vice principals because they start fighting over trying to be the vice principal, correct? I gotta get HBO Max. There's a lot of stuff that I need to catch up on. Anyway, I'm all over the place.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Woody Triple Two, the figure addict, with a 1999 super chat saying, "Let's get this over with. I'm dozing. Insert fart noises here. And Punk, you that dude. You know what? You know you always get one as long as I can find it." Just because the ghoul looks like he probably would fart a lot. But yeah, I do think that this figure looks pretty good. But again, like, yeah, it is. Yes, it is wet as hell. No doubt about that. Mr. Wonderful saying, "Smash that like." 83 and 56 likes. There's 56 likes, but 97 people have voted. How is that? Like, how? Like, why will you vote, but you won't just hit the like button? Okay, I'm just asking for a friend. I'm the friend. Anyway, not Rachel here. Everything Walter Goggins does is good, including GI Joe Retaliation. He's not the reason why the movie wasn't good. Actually, Retaliation isn't bad. It's the best of the GI Joe movies. I know, very low bar. Very low bar. But anyway, here's a closer up picture of him. I think we've focused on the ghoul long enough. Here's a Superman with big hands. My friend Tony was really excited about this. By Tony, I mean Tony's Figs. I know someone said like they finally do a good Superman head sculpt and then he's going to lose the license. I gotta say, most of these figures that were shown off here are pretty good. Tristan says, "I actually like GI Joe Retaliation. It's the best of the films, though that's not hard. Ray Stevenson as Firefly was awesome." No, I do think Retaliation is actually pretty good. I don't care what anyone says. The silent interlude part is absolutely awesome. I liked the fact that they did that silent interlude part where they didn't just try and recreate the comic. God forbid they fucking try and recreate the comic on anything. But I thought they did a really good job, and I thought the homage was really good for that. So I was happy with that. But I do think Retaliation is a decent movie. I just wish I was saying Retaliation was the worst of all the movies. Woody says, "Damn, he got Shaq hands on Muggsy Bogues' body." I know a lot of people aren't sports ball fans here. Muggsy Bogues, and you all know who Shaq is, right? But Muggsy Bogues was a pretty small basketball player. These are the same hands that he had before, because I remember pointing this out. And this is one of the digital figures. It's physical and digital. In other words, you can download a picture of him. Here's our Joker. I'm going to say it. I think almost all of these DC figures look really, really good. And I say hi to It's Jay Gonzo. Great to have you here. Yeah, Muggsy is 5'3". Like I said, he's pretty small. And I would know. This Joker looks good. I know we've gone over him before. We've gone over the look of him. I don't want to have gone over him because someone will come back and say that's dirty. But this is a good-looking figure. I think a lot of people, I know Tony wanted this guy. This is like your classic Joker. And I don't think it's going to be hard for them. I don't think it's going to be easy for them to get a better Joker in the amount of time they have left. He looks like he's wearing a diaper. Well, that is every single. That is every single McFarlane figure. Not as bad as the NECA Bruce Campbell figures, because I know Sergeant Rez got the new Bruce Campbell 2-pack, and I just couldn't buy it because I hate the body. Anyway, yeah, Wolverine is 5'3". I know that. We've talked about that one before. Like, without his animatum, he's like the exact stats that I was at one time, or very close to it. This is a good Robin for if you like this Robin. I don't really care for the mask, the way he has it on here. It kind of reminds me of one of those weird ski masks that you're like, it really doesn't protect your face, so why are you wearing it? But they do have cloth capes. Hopefully for all you DC guys, Mattel will also give you some cloth capes. It's Earth 2 Dick Grayson. Now, see, I would not. I mean, I know what Earth 2 is, but I haven't read it, so. And Jamie Garcia jumping in here. And again, I know that most of the stuff comes from the lore. I just, yeah. I just don't pay attention to too much of it. Just Jeff says, on that Earth, he never grew up to be Nightwing. He decided to keep being Robin. Nightwing is so much cooler than Robin. He really is. So we got DC superpowers here. Rip to DC superpowers when McFarlane loses it. We got Bizarro, another Batman, another Superman, the Riddler, and Aquaman. Now, I have to say, the Sinestro, the Slither, and the Green Lantern are really, really cool. Like, I really like those. The Batman, not so much. But I think the Lex Luthor looks really good. Sinestro has that big melon. But yeah. Those are previous lines. Hey, they were at Toy Fair, so they're getting shown off. But here's the Super Friends packaging. This isn't old, is it? This is all new, because I don't remember seeing anything like this. Poor Tony, he's really upset about losing superpowers. Although he needs to make more room anyway, so. Because he's all mask gung-ho now. All right. So this, I don't know if they've shown this Jim Gordon. This Jim Gordon is, I mean, from this angle, looks fucking awesome. Other than the break in the shirt. I don't understand why he did a break in the shirt like that. But that is the only, it's really the only thing that I have a complaint on. I think the head sculpt looks really good. I think the jacket looks really good. I think it all flows together other than the weird break in. And again, when you're doing ab crunches, when you're doing diaphragm cuts or whatever you're doing, you know, there's always going to be some sort of weird look to it. It's almost impossible to make it just seem seamless. But this looks like the shirt is like, it's cut jaggedly. I don't get it. And yeah, we already discussed it. I'll have the diaper. But I don't think it looks all that bad. Not compared to a lot of the other things. But I think this head sculpt, and again, for the most part, I think this is an awesome Jim Gordon. Now, the question is he taller than Batman? Because we've seen where, like, this guy cannot scale, you know, the proper height with his own figures, which absolutely blows my fucking mind. Like, it really makes no sense whatsoever. But anyway. here is a bat suit. What is this, Batman? Come on. This is the point that I need True Star Screamer. Not Trust the Screamer, but I need True Star Screamer to fill in here and let me know like who these guys are. So anyway, here's another Batman. He doesn't have blue. Barely has any black. Batman Mecha. Or is he Mecha Batman? Anyway, I think it actually looks pretty good. I don't understand what the lore is. I don't know the lore. I don't understand the lore. I don't know the lore of it. But I think the figure looks pretty good. It's more just, like I said, some mechanized suit. It gives more of the Batman Beyond vibes, but just in a bigger suit, which kind of makes sense because Bruce Wayne is not going to be wearing that tiny little suit. Here is a guy in blue. Who's the guy in blue, guys? Someone tell me who the guy in blue is, because I have no idea. Mr. It's Gundam Batman. Jeff says, it's very difficult to not bore you with DC lore when you say you don't know the lore of it. Again, it's not about, again, I'm just, I like to show them off, but once they really started going off the deep end with stuff, again, I'm not going to lie. I'm not a comic guy. I like toys. I like fun plastic. And people, no matter what they say, people are buying this stuff, right? So, Blue Lightning, Lightning Lad, Black Lightning. I'm going to go with Just Jeff to said that it is Lightning Lad. Anyway. But again, and it's cool. Again, as you guys know, you guys are not tuning in for anything where I actually know exactly what I'm talking about until we get to the GI Joe segment. Maybe a few other things. Here's another Green Lantern. This is Luchador Green Lantern. He does, during his day job, he wrestles smaller Mexicans with their masks on. Rey Mysterio and him have been at odds for years. As a matter of fact, Rey Mysterio just found out that he is his actual son's father. Or was that was actually Eddie, wasn't it? The Mini Bane, he could be Mini Bane. And then we have the Cobra Pit jumping in here all the way from New Zealand. So great to have you here. All right. Yes, he does look like Kick-Ass. Not that he looks like he could kick ass. The moment you said that, you're absolutely right. He does look like he does look like Kick-Ass in many ways. And here is, oh shit, I know this guy's name. Because he's in the new movie, Mr. Terrific. Because of that, I get a drink of pop. Now, I have to say, this is one of those things that, at first glance of the jacket, it doesn't look good. But then a lot of times when you see jackets on people in real life, this is how jackets kind of set. And it is hard to make a jacket that small to look really good. I mean, I don't know. Like, looking at this figure, I think he looks good. Now, does he look different than what he's supposed to in the comic or the cartoon or whatever? I have no idea. But I think this actual figure looks pretty good. Woody seems to think so too. He's cool, Mr. Terrific. But anyway, he has some I don't know what Mr. Terrific's powers are. I guess I'll find out when I see the Superman movie. If I see the Superman movie. Here is. Who is this? It's not Mattel, is it? He's super smart. Okay. The grid. Yes, I do remember. I think this figure looks good. And this is one that you could fit into a lot of different lines. Like you could take this and you could use them for GI Joe. You know, this could be something that Dr. Mindbender created. You use them with your Serpentor. You know, he could fight Nemesis Immortal. And you can kind of overlook the pins in this figure just because he has so much kibble around him to begin with. So, this is Cyborg cool. But anyway, there it is. And then here is the Killing Joke. I'm going to say this, and either you're going to yell at me or you're going to say, shit, now I'm never not going to be able to see it. But does it not look like he's wearing a pink robe? I was watching another show, and they showed it. I'm like, dude, he's wearing a pink robe. And again, I know the comic. I know where this comes from. But just the way that it looks like he just put on his girlfriend's robe to come out. Yes, Dolan says, yes, the bathrobe Joker. Jokerized robe. It's not that I don't think the figure looks good. I just think that it looks like a pink robe. And either you guys already saw this or you guys are seeing it now going, shit. He was already shown. I don't know if he's already out. Again, this is stuff that was at Toy Fair. So, he looks like Ralphie from Christmas Story in the pink pajamas. And it's Jay Gonzo. He needs pink puffy furry slipper. This is why you guys show up here. Here we have Green Arrow. That's not Green Arrow. This is his sidekick as Green Arrow. Decent looking figure. Gold label, so it means he's exclusive somewhere. Where's the exclusive at? You guys got to know. Yeah, but that was he recently showed that off. And again, these are pictures from Toy Fair. Yes, Connor Hawk. Thank you very much. He's not Hawkeye. Hawkeye's a completely different archer. This is a guy that is... all right. So, this is a guy that truly looks like he's flashing somebody. Where he has his arms out. He totally looks like he is flashing someone. I don't care how you put it. It looks like he's opening up that robe and he is showing you all. This is Our Man. He takes a pill. Gives him powers for an hour. Are you talking to me? That he looks like he's flashing someone? It's not me, right? I mean, you guys see it. At least the angle, it looks like he's kind of like, here you go, kids. All right. G.I. Joe Man, you showed up at the wrong time. Oh, what he says, he's flat in the front like Ken. Andrew Taylor says, Our Man is the hero whose gimmick did not age well. No. So you like Blue Chew? Viagra Man. Stanley, I can't read that just because. Poor Just Jeff is like, fuck you. I'm never watching your show again. You are completely ruining shit that I've got to know. Oh, he does kind of look like he's doing the DX. Suck it. All right. Anyway, there's Our Man or Flash Man, whatever you want to say. Not Flash, but Flash Man. I know you didn't say it. You might have just been thinking it. Oh, I'm sorry. I enjoy having you, Jeff. All right. Here is why does Superhero have a sword? And I mean, I can see it in the comic, but why the hell does she have a sword? Somebody fill me in. Jeff, it'll be you. Fill me in on why she has a sword while we make fun of why Supergirl would have a sword. Yes. Nolan says the Flasher. Woody, I agree with you. I think this looks good. But I'm just wondering why she has a sword in this. Because I truly have no idea. But clearly I can see that it's on the comic. It's a magic... Anyone that's wondering why the magic wand, the sword vibrates, is wondering why, go back to the beginning of the Motu news and you will find out really quickly. No, Nolan, I'm with you. I think the Supergirl actually looks really good. But I'm just wondering why she has a sword. To prove she's king of England. Oh, she wants to be the Princess of Power. Where's no, she wants to be the Princess of Power. I don't know if I can do this for another hour and a half. All right, Star Wars showed up. Talib says, "Is it Wonder Woman's sword?" I honestly don't know. That's why. Like Jeff says, in all honesty, I think it's because of the planet she's on. I think it's not a yellow sun, so her powers are muted, so she has a sword. All right, see? I like getting the answer as we move away from it, so now we no longer need to make jokes about it. All right, Star Wars. So we have, I almost had a couple of ninjas. We have a Jedi and a droid with a sword. Not a vibrating sword yet either, you fucks. Darth Berkey says, "Thank God someone here is serious." Darth Berkey, don't act like this is the first time you've been in this fucking channel, all right? She's gonna try to unlock Grayskull with it. You know, she could just fly through like one of the eyes into it. What are you saying? She's Hasbro. They sold these figures individually. Now they put them in a 2-pack together. Very creative. Hey, gotta pay for this. Gotta pay for this stuff. So this guy has a force hand. At least I think that's what it was when they showed off this character before. Red lightsaber, so I'm assuming he's either Sith or evil. He's evil. He's the dark side. Darth Berge says, but the single release was missing an arm, right? I don't remember. Today, Astro, you get a sword. You get a sword. Everyone gets a sword. Keanu Lee says the sword is to mirror literally one comic cover. But is there a reason why she has the sword? And Hog the Bastard jumping in here saying, welcome me. I welcome everyone. And ICT Vinny jumping in here. Single release did not have his force arm correct. Okay. But I thought did the single release didn't have an arm? I thought it had like a force arm. But I mean, again, you guys would know better than I do. But here you go. Now, explain this droid to me. I mean, how does this droid fit into the gaming? He's got like this big sword, but he has like... It's really weird. Oh, man. Vinny says, no arm. I just saw it at the store last weekend. Was there another version of him? Like maybe a 1/18 scale that had it? Because I do remember them specifically talking about how he's missing an arm, and I remember the force arm. But maybe that was somebody else talking about how, like, in the game he has a force arm or something like that. So, yes, Talon 1980 says, why does she have a sword? Wrong answers only. Oh, I think that's all we've gotten. It's C3PO on crack. Now that sword does vibrate. All right. All right. This is the first release in figure form, Black Series or TVC. Okay, then it must have been on another show that I was watching that someone was saying that that he uses because I wouldn't even know how he has a force arm. So someone else must have been talking about it, and maybe that's what they were mad about, that he didn't have an arm or whatever it was. So anyway, for some odd reason, I did not get a picture of these droids in the back, or I'm sorry, the droid and the clone trooper. I think you guys will be fine, but yeah, I didn't get a picture of that stuff in the back there. So here's a few that people seem to be a little upset about. I gotta say this: I watched the fan stream, and the new guy that was doing it with the accent. I really enjoyed his. I really enjoyed the way he presented stuff. He seemed really enthusiastic on it. The other guy looked like they're making me do this, and he does things so awkwardly. Like, that guy should not be on camera. And I'm not saying he's a bad guy, but when they were showing these off, the guy that's been on the stream numerous times, and I have no idea what his name is, whoa, he's very awkward. No one hates Star Wars more than Star Wars fans. You see that in a lot of these communities, don't we, Darth Burke? But anyway, so they gave him, another R2D2. Again, it's one of those things where people are always going to be coming into the line. So I think there always should be I think there always should be an R2D2, a C3PO, Luke, Vader. We've talked about this before. I think what really bothers people more than anything is they put them in different packaging, and then, some people feel they need to rebuy things, and, you just don't. You can say, hey, I have R2D2. I don't need to rebuy it. A lot of nice little world-building tools, though. I'll give you that. Here's Kit Fisto, who, on these stands, sometimes they look like they're surfing. And he really looks like he's surfing here. I don't know why you'd want that. I think the Count Dooku looks really good. I think the soft goods looks good. It seems to fold pretty well. So again, if Star Wars can do soft goods, why isn't Marvel Legends? I mean, these licenses got to be around the same price. So if they're doing it, I think that there's no reason why Marvel Legends hasn't caught up to doing it yet, considering they all go back to the same company if they lose the rights to it. But I do think this Count Dooku is actually a pretty damn good-looking figure. And then we have another clone trooper. I don't know who he is, but he's a clone trooper. Oslang says, all right, guys, start getting ready for work so I can spend money on Plastic Crack tomorrow. Be well all and have a good night. Thank you very much for spending a little bit of time with us. I definitely do appreciate it. And hi, it's me jumping in here saying, arm to the T's. Okay. You know, I like to highlight anyone that jumps in here. Sometimes they jump in and they're talking to someone else. All right. So here is this is TBC, right? I get these things mixed up. I'm not gonna lie. You have your TBC, and then you have your other collection, something. I forget. What's the other one called? The vintage. Is the vintage collection? Anyway, you have the Walrus Man, the Doctor, and then Hammerhead. And now these are all meant to go with the diorama. Was that was that a HasLab? Yeah, it was the HasLab. To go with the HasLab. Because it wasn't a made-to-order, I don't believe. And here comes War Chest, full of toys, showing up late as always, just like if he's the guest of honor. All right. Now, I gotta say this. I've seen Star Wars many, many times. When did Panda Baba, whatever his name is, did he always have like a shell over his hand? Because I don't remember him having a peanut shell over his hand. Because he clearly doesn't have it when he gets cut off. And I found that odd. I don't remember that. Okay, the Cantina was a HasLab. I couldn't remember if it was a HasLab or if it was the made-to-order one. Vinny says, yes, in hand, these Star Wars figures look great with their soft goods. Always thought the same thing with Marvel Legends line. Why the fuck can't they do soft goods like these Star Wars figs? Again, if McFarlane can do it, there's no reason why they can't be. There's absolutely no reason why. Dr. Evison and Punda Baba. But people yell at me that I say Punda Baba wrong. Anyway. But here you go. If you need these, because you back that HasLab or you want to create your own scene, they're there for you. We're just going to make jokes about it. I like the fact that they make toys that I have no urge to. The retro 3PO, thank you. And then TBC is the vintage collection and the Black Series. All right, so now here's the next retro collection. It is a 6-pack. Now, I'm going to say this. And I don't collect these at all. And I have no urge to collect them at all. But I absolutely love this. I love the fact that they continue to make toys. They continue to make figures that are going to fit with those original 5 POA figures that we had as a kid. And it is something that, in my opinion, I know that Hasbro's tried it with the Joes, and now we have Super 7 who is trying it, and I think failing miserably. But I love the fact that they do this, and the fact that they're able to design them and make them look so undetailed as they were, but I think it takes a lot of work and detail to make it work like that. So, Jason Ward says flipper hands were not in the film, but were in some stills from the set, I believe. Thank you, because I don't remember the flipper hands at all. Again, I think they look weird, but I was like, I don't remember that. And like I said, I've seen Star Wars many, many times, like so many of us. You know, it's not like I've seen Star Wars. I think we've all seen it more times than probably a lot of other movies. So, but I like the fact that they do this. So we have Dr. Evison, Punda Baba, Han Solo with Stormtrooper helmet or Stormtrooper disguise, so you can just make him make him the Stormtrooper. Luke in ceremonial garb, the Rebel Trooper, and the not the Stormtrooper, this is the Sand Trooper. Now, I like and don't like the card art. And I don't know if I ever talked about this. I like the idea of trying to make it look like it's worn, like most card arts, if someone still has it, would be. But I don't know why you really want to do it like that. Because I don't really want my card. I don't think anyone wants the card art looking like it's worn. Now, it's really good that if they ship it really shitty, then you're like, well, can't really tell. But I kind of wish they wouldn't do that. But I also understand it, and I kind of appreciate that they do it too. So, anyway, here's your Sand Trooper. And if I remember correctly, the Sand Troopers had different color pauldrons to show off their rank. I like that they created a different gun and not that long gun. As much as I actually love that big long rifle, I talked about it before. It came with the Snowstorm Troopers. They just fall over. But I kind of like this gun. I think it's actually pretty damn cool. It looks like something we would see in like an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Tristan, I'm with you. Like I don't need the giant sticker. And again, I'm not collecting them, so it doesn't really bother me. But I don't think you need the giant sticker over it to tell you that's retro. You can show it a little bit smaller. Yeah, like why do I need it there? Why can't you just have that in the corner? Like you're doing such a good job to try and make it look like this. Why do you have it there? Why not put it smaller? Because everyone knows what it is, right? I just don't think you really need it. Yeah, so Snow Wolf. Yeah, the sticker's removable. I just don't think that people should have to. Now, is it really easy for it to be removed? I would assume it's probably not all that hard. But again, I just don't think you really need it there. Alex says, great to have you here. Evening, everyone. Hope you're all doing well. I am. And we haven't made it to GI Joe yet, so. This is a weird-looking figure, but I mean, I think it kind of fits what we would have had in the 70s and the 80s. But he is weird-looking. It's extremely weird-looking. And so is this guy. The Rebel Trooper is really weird-looking. But he is, I mean, that helmet is also kind of jacked up on him. So, looks good. I have to say, even though this gun did not exist in Star Wars, I always liked this this hand blaster, or whatever you want to call it, this little blaster. I always liked it. Lando came with it. Han Solo, I think Empire Han Solo came with it. He didn't come with his original. But I always liked this gun. I always thought it was just really cool. So it's great to see that it's still around and it has that weird blue. The original one was like a darker blue, if I remember correctly. So Tony from Analog Toys had a good video on how to remove it. It does require a bit of care. Analog. Is that the guy that called me a cunt? I think it is. Yeah, I think I have heard of that guy before. Anyway, moving on. I like the Han Solo. I like the fact that you can't really army build it because you have to buy a whole big pack of everything. But I always, there was something about the original Star Wars figures that had their removable helmets. I'll say it again. I absolutely love Lando and Skiff Guard. That's probably my favorite fucking figure. I love Bosch. I never had the Stormtroopers, but I always just thought they were really cool. It was something that just really worked out, and I just thought it was really cool. Oh yeah, that's the guy. So I have the screenshot. It's also where a punk ass with toys came from. Another thing, I always liked the Stormtrooper blaster. It was not what it didn't look anything like an actual Star Wars, like a Stormtrooper blaster. But I love this blaster. I hated trying to fit it into GI Joe's hand and watching the thumb snap. You only do that once or twice and then you stop. But I always loved this blaster. I always thought it looked super fucking cool. So I'm glad that they are continuing like these little guns. All right. They're just, to me, they're super cool. Was it because of the Vanguard review? No, it was actually during the whole Viper Island thing when he did a whole video on it. He did a whole video on all the people that Viper Island struck. And if I remember correctly, it was Liquid Identity that said, oh, Punk also got struck. And he said, yeah, I know, but he's a cunt. That's why I didn't mention him. And that's when I said, so in other words, your video means absolute shit because your hatred for someone makes you just ignore facts and stuff like that. So anyway, hey, not everyone likes me. That's fine. We all don't have to like each other. But it is nice to see you being called a cunt. Also, that's where Punk Ass with Toys comes from, if anyone ever wondered. So, also, Plastic Expert comes from Bobby himself. Anyway, I like the fact that here they're just showing you a regular Stormtrooper. Darth Burke says, love the Star Wars blasters that came with the figures. I love the Stormtrooper blasters. I love that one. I love that pistol. I like them more than what that's Roman. But yeah, so it's but I always liked it more than like the actual Han Solo blaster. J-Mac says, if you ain't got haters, you're not doing it right. You don't have anybody to hate on. Feel free to hate on me. Like I said, I'm never gonna be one of those YouTubers that's like, we all need to get along. I don't give a shit, dude. There's lots of people that I haven't liked over life. You know? And a lot of people that don't like me. And it's fine. You know what? We don't have to like each other. We still have a big playground. We can all be on the playground and not like each other. Well, we shouldn't dislike everyone. That'd be kind of stupid. Yes, MCR Roman with the dramatic entrance. He just got up too, and I don't think he saw anything. Johnny, I'm not reading that, but I'm laughing at it. Anyway, Punda Baba with his with that classic blaster that came with all the Stormtroopers. So of course, like this is probably the most made gun in Star Wars, right? Him with he has flippers on, right? He is clearly wearing flippers. Um, not the best looking figure, but again, I think the aesthetic works absolutely awesome for what it's supposed to go with. And like I said, I will say it again, I really do like this. No, no, Darren, I will not. Okay. Hi, it's me. Says punk with toys. We don't have to like each other. Sound wisdom. I meant we don't. We all don't have to like. We don't have to like everyone. But some people do, and that's awesome. You can be friends with everyone. I'm never gonna be friends with everyone. Alice and Troy jumping in here. Great to see you. I got to talk to you about May the Power of the Force. May the Power of the Force. What we're going to be doing again. Because I already know what we're going to do. But I haven't talked to you about it. Dr. Evison. This guy is one ugly motherfucker. Just seriously. As Keanu Reeves says, the figure has balls on his chin. Wasn't that a creature in Men in Black? All right. And this guy looks more like a pig than anything. At least this character. But again, I think this is exactly what people are interested in, that collector retro. And I'm glad for them. I think one of the craziest things that a lot of people in this community, in collecting space, have a problem understanding and accepting is that not every toy that's made is for you. Other than Chaz the Guru, who seems to collect everything. Okay. Nacelle. So going from Star Trek to Nacelle. Now, we talked about this a little while ago. Nacelle is picking up the Star Trek line. Just Jeff, if you are listening, I know you are big into this. Hold on, Matthew sent me something saying original makeup had covers over his hands. In the scene, it was different. Okay. So Matthew sent me a picture of Punda Baba where, yeah, he had covers over his hands, but in the scene, it was different. Just too tired. Get fucked. All right. So I'll say it again. I don't know who's asking for Star Trek figures. With all that said, I'm glad that somebody is doing it. A matter of fact, we have two companies that are doing Star Trek figures. So Nacelle has picked up the line, and I have to say, I think these figures look really good. So kind of going back to what I was saying earlier on, how Matthew said, one thing that we're not going to get, or what people aren't going to get that McFarlane did was obscure characters. Well, like I said, Super 7 kind of does. Super 7 and McFarlane are the two big ones. But Mattel tends to give you some obscure characters when it comes to the Motu stuff. Looking at these ones here, they give you some off-the-wall characters. Like they did not just go straight up with, Spock, Kirk, Riker, Picard, where I probably would have said, where I probably would have started. So Just Jeff says, I'm excited for Star Trek, but I didn't call this on my bingo card. Matthew Madison said, this house is going to go bankrupt soon. Their stuff isn't selling. My Walmarts are stocked with robos, sectars, and biker mice. Yeah. I don't feel like they are putting out a property saying, all right, this property we know is going to sell, so it can kind of support this one. So I can fully see what you're saying. The collector jumping in here. Tuvok is a deep. Is it Tuvok? Tuvok is a deep dive, one episode only. You're absolutely right. But I love the fact that they're doing stuff like this. because again, even though I'm not collecting it, and even though I'm making jokes about it, they look good. Again, I remember this. He was a captain, right? He wasn't the admiral. He was a captain. Tuvok. I remember. Give me a second. But yeah, all of these characters I think look really good. These figures are nice. I know Matthew said that he wants the Expanse figures. The fact that they give you a kid that dies. I mean, how long does this kid last? He dies pretty fucking quickly. And they're kind of like they're giving you this figure like right away. Like, wow, like you're just going right at it. And then we have Captain Rachel Garrett from the Next Generation, who was the Enterprise B. The Enterprise B captain, who she doesn't last very long. Or no, she's the Enterprise C. Is that right? The B was, yeah. Now I have to say, if these are a reasonable price, yeah. What? There's so many fucking Enterprises. All right, and the fact of the matter is, we know Enterprise and Enterprise A, and then we know the D and the E. We know who those captains are. Yes, she was on yesterday's Enterprise. But Captain Sulu. This is one of if these are reasonable priced, because I think this sculpt looks really good. If you don't like, I don't know why I can't think of his name, the actor. Dude, that's on you, man. I think Sulu is one of the best Star Trek characters. It sucks that we didn't get to see more of him as a captain. Thanks a lot, Kirk. Andrew says price is on the labels, $29.99. Oh, I guess they are. But it's all cut off for me. Not only is it cut off for me, but I also have slides. It tells you what slide it is. But yeah, I like this. I like the teacup. This is a figure that I just like to have in the background, just to have. So I can see myself picking this one up if I see him. Yeah, love Sulu being captain. Takai is interesting for sure. He is. And again, he was in John Wayne's The Green Berets movie, which is like my favorite John Wayne movie because it's military. Odin01 jumping in here says, did the cup break from the shockwave of the Klingon moon explosion hitting Excelsior? I don't know. Did it? And Derek Holloman says, Takai is an ass. Maybe, but he's amusing every time I see him. Maybe if you don't like him, you don't have to like him. I can't make anyone like someone. Every time I've seen him, I enjoy his stuff. Anyway, I want to see him more as captain, though. And then there is whoever she is. I don't know who she is. But again, another obscure character. So for guys like Jeff, man, I feel like, and we've talked about this before, I feel like these Star Trek, they keep getting pushed out and nobody tends to buy them. And it sucks. Derek says, I did like his roast of Shatner years ago. GI Joe, my dad is a huge John Wayne fan. Like, huge John Wayne fan. And anytime that like we'd see a cowboy that's like hunched over, my dad would always be like, "You'll never see John Wayne hunched over. He's always riding with his back perfectly vertical." Did Kirk bang her? Either him or Riker, depending on what series it was. Just Jeff says that was the Romulan ambassador in Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. So Kirk banged her, not Riker. Yeah. So the collector says, "Is that the Klingon chick from the beginning of Star Trek 3?" Not this one. Not what's up there right now. But yeah, this is what it says. I think it's the Klingon woman who Doc Brown blows out of space at the beginning of 3. I don't remember. But anyway, again, these are awesome for people that want it. And again, here's another shot of the Sulu. Yeah, I really like. I've always liked him, and they should have done a movie about the Excelsior. All right, on to Haya, who has more. Well, they have some Star Trek stuff. So they showed off a lot of Walking Dead stuff. I'm gonna take a deep breath. And take a deep breath before I start talking about this. Now, I don't really care what you think about The Walking Dead. I really enjoyed The Walking Dead all the way to the end. And now I wouldn't be buying these figures, but this fucking guy looks like Joey Tribbiani coming in with all of Chandler's fucking clothes going, could I be wearing any more of your clothes, or whatever he fucking said. Why does it look like he's a little kid wearing his dad's fucking jacket and shirt? He is completely fucking drowning in this shit. And I don't understand why. If you can't make good soft goods, then you know what? Don't. Just don't do it. Okay? I understand if you fuck some up, not everyone's going to look perfect. But as we go through this, you're going to see that they do it worse more often than not. Yeah, how you do it. But I mean, I'm not the only one that sees it, right? The jacket it doesn't fit. The shirt underneath it doesn't fit. The glare on it makes it look like he has baggy pants. He doesn't have baggy pants, but the pants don't look like they fit properly either. Here we go again. Now, the Rick doesn't look that bad, probably because there's so much stuff covering it. But this Daryl in the back here, like, I'm sorry. I missed that trench coat that he was wearing. I missed the trench coat that was a big fucking triple fat goose trench coat that he was wearing in the back that was so fucking big that he really couldn't fit in it. I don't get it. It looks awful. Don't do it. I understand what you're trying to do, but it doesn't make any sense. And J-Mac, yeah, look, you're absolutely right. These soft goods look terrible. Listen, there's nothing more that I like more than somebody telling me that I'm absolutely right. So thank you. Hey, look, we got Clint Jorgensen here. It's a zombie apocalypse. Can't always find clothes that fit, but you can find canned goods whenever. Okay. And okay. 44D2 saying Larry, Darrow, and Darrow. No, I believe these are the 112 scale. All right. So I want to highlight this. Clinton Jorgensen saying it's a zombie apocalypse. You can't always find clothes that fit, but you can find canned goods whenever. All right. But why the fuck in the 24th century can you also not find clothes that fucking fit you? Because we have talked about these ones numerous times. And this is just showing, Haya, you probably shouldn't be doing this. Now, I know people have raved about the the Rambo figures, which I'm sorry, still look they don't look like Sylvester Stallone. They look like Al Pacino. And once it was pointed out that he looks like Al Pacino, everyone said, "Yep, you're absolutely right." And K2K9 saying baggy beyond belief, not the triple fat goosebump. If anyone remembers Triple Fat Goose, you're around 50 years old. Because I don't think they make him anymore. But I had a friend. He was not one of the popular kids. He had one, and I'd make fucking fun of him. And he looks at me one day and goes, "I don't fucking care because I don't get fucking cold in this thing." And I was like, "Good for you, James. That jacket still sucks." So some of these look decent. I think this one looks somewhat decent. Again, soft goods are hard. I fully understand that. I'm sorry.
That's what she said.
Soft goods are hard to make right. I get it. This one looks decent. This one does not. Nor do the ones in the back, which are the exact same outfit. So, I mean, that shirt is the exact same. Why? I look at this, and if anyone watched the Umbrella Academy, this looks like the big fucking giant guy with the small fucking head. The big hairy guy. I don't remember what his fucking name is. This is what it looks like. This is some kid dressing up as his, dressing up using his dad's stuff. Hi, it's me says, no, soft goods are soft, not hard. You are absolutely correct. J-Max says, is he wearing a girdle? Again, I just... Vinny says, they look like three figures from Robot Chicken episode. You're absolutely correct. They do. But again, clearly this outfit that they're, the shirt that they've made does not fit. So why are you continuing to do it? And again, they're Star Trek. I mean, are you just saying like, hey, there's only so many Star Trek collectors, they'll buy anything, so why fix it? Because that would be like, there's only so many Star Trek figures. There's so many Star Trek collectors buying toys of these. I want to make it as good as possible, so they buy it. J-Max says, Jesus Christ, are they all eating McDonald's in the future? The Starfleet Academy. Starfleet Umbrella Academy. Why do they look like lumps of mashed potatoes? You know what? Yeah, they do look like Puppet Master's Pinhead. You are absolutely correct. They look similar to that. Now, I do like the fact that they're doing this Star Trek Enterprise. Now, I know that some people are not a fan of the J.J. Abrams universe, the Kelvin universe, but I do like this. Now, it is huge in theory. I believe it's bigger than the Enterprise D. But wait, Hellison says 110 soft goods, 112 bodies. No, you're absolutely right, J-Mac. This does look good. It looks really good. God forbid if you fuck that up. So, again, I know Haya does these niche things, but my question is, are there people asking, and again, I might be wrong, for Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul figures? Because I don't like, these are things that can be statues. I don't know why you'd want action figures of these, because there's technically not a lot of action, right? Yeah, so to me, I just don't fully understand. But again, if they're going to sell, And again, I can't blame someone for wanting to cash in on Better Call Saul in the Breaking Bad universe. Here's a RoboCop that doesn't look tall. He looks short and stocky. So I'm not really sure what High is doing here. That's one giant zipper. Ted Knight jump in here saying Funhouse Mirror Universe. Again, this one is it just mean this one giant zipper. Like, how are you gonna do a zipper? It doesn't work. I don't. Robo squat calf. He does look short, doesn't he? He looks short and stocky. Dude, I don't know. I'm getting really behind. Now, these things look pretty good. All right? I'm making fun of everything. And if I'm going to make fun of it, I got to praise something that I see that looks good. And the soft goods on Rocky look pretty fucking good. The soft goods here on Apollo look pretty fucking good. All right? Now, please don't make Rocky look like Al Pacino. He's got his dog. Again, I think this looks pretty good. So here you're doing a Rocky in Apollo. This is something I could see why someone would want. Better Call Saul. You know, who am I to say, but I wouldn't. Pop says that zipper is the same size as the one on my jeans. They weren't even trying. Pop, they weren't even trying. Yeah, soft goods on Buckets looks good too. Again, some things look really good. Other things, not so much. So, and then here's some Plunderlings. Probably not the most popular of things from people. I have some of these. I think these things are pretty cool. They're now doing birds, and they showed off 3 new birds, which I think look really cool. I actually don't have any of the Plunderlongs. I only have one Plunderstrong, which I was very disappointed in. Real loose joints. I felt like he just wanted to collapse, but the Plunderlings are awesome. Here's hoping that these guys' joints are a little bit tighter, but these are just fun fucking toys. If you don't have any Plunderlings and you just like toys, these are just fun to have, man. Toucan Sam's been possessed. But I again, I like the Plunderlings. They have a little saying in the back telling you about playing with their toys and how much fun they've had with this. I love the box. These boxes will probably have wings on them. The other ones have the ears. But like articulated wings here. But yeah, I wanted to show these off because I would definitely be grabbing at least one of these just to give it a chance. Shark 110 says the Plunder wings look. Oh, that's their names, Plunder wings. That makes total sense. I hope you're right, because I wasn't able to see what they were called. So Plunder wings actually sounds about right. You've been plunderstruck. But anyway, I think these are cool. Like I said, I'll probably pick one up once they hit some shelves here. So, all right, Trick or Treat Studios. All right, we've gone way too long. We gotta go a little bit quicker because I'm gonna be here till fucking 1 o'clock in the morning. All right, Jeff, man, if you don't have a Plunderling, pick one up. Like, just little guys are like $35. Actually, you find them on clearance on BBTS all the time. I know we talked about this before. They kind of showed some of them off. So Trick or Treat Studios is doing Gwar. Now, there is Gwar, and then there is the new Gwar after Odorous Urungus. I would say sadly passed away, but he was a fucking junkie, so I don't think it's really sad. Depending on the price of these, I will definitely pick them up if I can get the whole band. And I don't know about the articulation. I don't really care because I don't think I'll be doing too much. But yeah. So if you don't know who Gwar is the greatest fucking music show you will ever see. At least back in the day it was, right? They shoot blood on you, they shoot piss on you, they shoot jizz on you, they kill Nazis, they kill fucking headbangers. Their early albums, their shows went with their albums. They told the fucking story. And to me, the Gwar part was the fucking best, man. Only the Beavis and Butthead when they see Gwar is actually pretty good. No, dude, seriously. Have you seen Gwar? I mean, if you've seen Pantera, I would assume that you've seen Gwar. I'm not saying they're the best musicians. I'm saying they put on the best fucking show. And I'm talking show. You wore your white shirt and you never washed that again. You bought a white shirt just for that. But anyway. Ballsack. I don't remember all their names. But here is Odorous. And yes, he does have it. So if our friend Thanos Captor does not get this, I will be very disappointed in him. But they put Odorous's phallus on him. And yes. Monica Lewinsky got fired for having stained clothes. You are absolutely correct. So, but I think this is this the new lead singer? They brought in a lead singer because obviously he died, and they kept it going on. But yeah, so anyway, if you are a fan of Gwar, this is one of those ones where, like, I talked about when I picked up, like, the the Rancid figure, the Gorilla Biscuits, the Circle Jerk Skank Man. You pay a little bit extra because not that many people want these. More people probably want Gwar. Again, an amazing fucking show. I'm not saying they don't do a good show now, but it's not the same. Yes, Jizz Mac, Beefcake, and Flatus. And they like GG. I'm trying to think if I ever saw them decapitate Marilyn Manson. I know I watched them rip the face off of a Burnout. We watched what they did to the skinheads. The hippie. How do you hide money from a hippie? Put it under the soap. It also sucked when they lost Sleazy P as their manager and Slime Mr. Hyde. I can't even say her name. I love the whole Gore. And then Techno Destructo. All right. So anyway, and again, they look pretty damn fucking good. So, all right. And they come in this nice little box, I guess. And then we saw these. Now, if you don't know, Bruce Campbell is from Royal Oak, Michigan. Same as Sam Raimi, who's like his best friend. You know, Sam Raimi's brother. They've done all this stuff together. Evil Dead, Army of Darkness. And these look pretty damn cool. Not a lot of articulation, but he has his boomstick. He has his chainsaw. This guy is amazing, and I love the fact that Evil Ash is falling down in the back and no one even bothered to pick him up. But we get the pit, the pig deadite that he first gets thrown into. Here's some more deadites here. They're skeletons. I know Matthew loves skeletons, although these ones are very unarticulated. But I don't need them to be articulated because I just need an army of darkness little scene somewhere in my house, especially around Halloween. The flying the flying deadite. These things are awesome. Just Jeff says a friend ruined her Doc Martens at one of her shows. I sat in the bar and drank. Best show I don't remember. What scale are these Evil Dead figures? I want a couple of the skeletons 2-packs, but not if they're reaction size. I believe they're a little bit taller than reaction, but I'm not positive. Seeing that they're 5 points of articulation or roughly around that, that's kind of what I'm guessing. That they're just a smaller scale. So, okay, J-Mac, you're killing me at smalls with the unarticulated action figures. Yeah, a bunch of little ashes. Yeah. Marvel Legends. We got to see Archangel, and I think this thing is awesome. There's something really cool about Archangel. I like the wings. I think this guy looks good. I think his head sculpt is pretty fucking badass. Everything about this is really good. Now, it was pointed out that he is silver and the other X-Force is gray, and I can kind of see why that might bother some people. I don't follow the comics, so I don't know how close, if that's how their suits are. Like if they're all gray or they're all silver, or maybe one is silver, one is gray. I don't really know, so I don't know if that's really a huge issue. But yeah. But here is him in all his articulation, and I like what they did with the blades that shoot off. But I think this is awesome. This is San Diego Comic-Con exclusive, I do believe, or maybe the PulseCon. But I do like the way they did this. Again, when you're able to remove the fight stand so you can't see it, it makes it look better. But this is a good-looking figure. I can definitely see myself picking this up just so I can have an Archangel sitting right here. Matthew says, this version of Archangel is almost a complete reuse of the previous version. Wings effects are new, but besides that, well, again, but I don't have the other one, so. Yeah, the shark says, yeah, it looks great. I agree. And Mother Slug says, those wing blades are poisoned. Okay. Either way, again, I think this is a really good-looking figure. It's not going to be for everyone, but, if it's something you want, go get it. I had to put neck on here. I had to put a little Stitch in. I sent it over to my daughter. She loves Stitch. We've talked about this before. I think this looks awesome. All right. And for $35, you better believe it's coming into my home in some form, whether it's sitting back here behind me, or if it's sitting in my daughter's room. At this point, there's not much room left in my daughter's room. Not just to put Stitch stuff, but in general, because she's a girl that doesn't like to clean up. But this thing is awesome. And I'm not an Elvis fan. I've always thought Elvis was pretty fucking overrated. But if you ever watch Lilo and Stitch, you know that they're big Elvis fans. So to see him dressed up like Elvis and have all this stuff is super cool. So a couple different heads, different hands, his guitar, his microphone. To me, this is just fun, man. This goes on. This to me, this is on par with Elf. The elf had no business being that cool, that awesome of a figure, but it is, and people absolutely love it. It wasn't just me. Yeah, he is overrated. So are the fucking Beatles. So, Matthew says NECA has some really cool stuff, but it's NECA. Fuck that Donnie's Lair. You have to ask for your money back. They were just gonna keep it. Yeah. Matthew sent me. I don't know where that post was from, if it was a Reddit post or what, but basically somebody wrote it. They posted their conversation with NECA, and NECA, if you don't ask for that money back because they fucked up with Donnie's Lair, Donnie's Lab, or whatever it is, they don't fucking plan on giving it back. Yes, Guar is greater than Elvis. I'm with you 100%. No way Elvis ever put on a show as good as Guar. Although both these singers, and both Elvis and Otis, kind of died in almost the same way. One was on a shitter, one I believe was in his recliner. But anyway, a little Stitch Elvis impersonator is pretty fucking cool. So there you go. If you need a Stitch Elvis, it's time to get it. He's so cool. I love Stitch. My son loves Stitch. Andrew loved Stitch when he was little. It kind of got passed on to Olivia, but Olivia went. Olivia's gone like almost to my fold of GI Joe with Stitch stuff. Then they released I believe this is is this Romulus alien? So if you need another alien, yeah, I mean, I give NECA credit, man. They go deep with these, with the aliens and the predators. You need something to fight your GI Joes, your Marvel Legends, your Valaverse, that is sci-fi. This works out perfect because it doesn't matter if the predator is bigger, because they're built off a 7-inch scale. You don't really know how big the predator is compared to an actual human. But here's another alien. Probably a lot of repaint. They're really good at that stuff. So, and there is the face hugger. This shit's creepy, dude. Even watching the stuff now kind of bothers me to see. All right, and that is the end of. Told you I gotta get moving. That's the end of the slide. So we're going to remove this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick breather, and then we're going to get into all the really good stuff. And man, I'm going to be here a long time, it seems. So, but before we do, like I did mention, I have a show that's happening tomorrow with Baldy and Spec and the Island Viper, but also both my moderators do. What one of my moderators did was nice enough to get me the commercial that I kept asking for, and the one that does AI all the time never got me one. So this is for Pop and Matthew.
Idiots! Incompetent buffoons! What is it now, Commander? Consummate morons, incapable of coherent thought! Are you watching that show again? Yes. Why didn't you just watch Pop, Blender, and Matthew's discussions, news, reviews before the show came out? Whether you agree or disagree, the perspectives provide enough context to know if the show or movie is worth your time or not. Yes, I know. I will not miss another Tuesday at 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 Central on Pop Blender's channel. Be more than once a man by watching Pop, Blender, and Matthew talk about pop culture, news, discussions, and reviews on Tuesday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central. And now you know. Televiper, be sure to hit like, share, and subscribe so we do not miss another episode, and hit that bell notification.
Oops, didn't make it. I was trying to. Maybe get that little run just a little bit in your nose there. Tristan, just want to say I'm really enjoying the classic GI Joe reviews. Thank you very much. I got to say, it's nice that they don't take a lot of work for me to do and that I already have them. But it is so much fun to go back and look at that stuff. And it's one of those things where, like, they're never going to change the classic. But thank you. I appreciate anybody watching them. And I do hope that some people are getting some sort of enjoyment out of them because I really am noticing a lot of stuff that I didn't notice before. So, all right. End of the show. Just kidding. I'm going to be up all fucking night. So this is the only thing that really wasn't with New York Toy Fair. And that is the Four Horsemen. So this Barbarian came out. God, it looks really good. So if you like the Four Horsemen, or if you like Barbarians, this might just be for you, man. This guy looks fucking sweet as shit, man. He has I believe that's the He-Man head. Now, obviously, it's painted differently, so you don't get, He-Man vibes completely. But I believe this was the He-Man head that they had done before. But this thing looks good. I mean, the detail in the Four Horsemen, we've talked about this. I've talked about this numerous times. And I'll make no bones about it, man. Like, the way they sculpt, their paint, the accessories, they're really second to none. The only thing that they lack in is articulation, and it feels like they are trying to get a little bit better here. That's not Frankenstein's head, I don't believe. It comes with 3 wigs. He kind of has that crossover, the Motu He-Man crossover, the Donatello Donald Trump hair. J-Max says, it's absolutely amazing. Highly recommended. Have it in hand right now. No, this is one I probably should have asked. Like, if I would have seen it, I would have asked some of the people that I knew that were there if they could have grabbed me one. But again, I'll eventually get, I'm sure I'll get one that's similar because they do a lot of repaints, a lot of redos and stuff. But yeah, this figure is, I mean, he looks awesome. It's hard to criticize this. I'm sure someone can find a way to criticize it. Again, we could criticize anything, but this is one that I do want to get because the detailing is just awesome. So, and here's everything that it came with. He said 3 wigs, the big barbarian mask, sword, axe, shield, and clearly he has a He-Man, the He-Man color wig there too. Some shoulder pauldrons. How do you put the shoulder pauldrons on? Like, where do they really stick on to? Chains, different hands. Amazing looking figure. Again, Four Horsemen, once again, just kind of knocking things out of the park. Again, second to none. I'm not saying there aren't people as good, but so yeah. Mother Slug says 3 wigs. Is he Lex? All right, M.A.S.K. I know you guys, a lot of people waiting for the M.A.S.K. So they finally showed off what they're first going to be doing. We have the Rhino, Switchblade, Thunderhawk, and I forget what the motorcycle is. So someone tell me what the motorcycle is. So I have my complaints about these. Now, I knew the moment I heard those prices. Condor, thank you very much. I knew the moment I heard the prices, I could already hear the complaints, the grumbles coming from the toy collectors. I was kind of surprised that Rhino was $100 and the Switchblade was 75. I was thinking more of like 75, 50, due to the due to their scale. I also heard people talk about, the articulation that goes into it. Well, yes, there's articulation. There's no doubt about it. It's obviously going to be different than a regular Camaro, but they're not transforming into a robot. They're not transforming into a robot. Where I have a problem with this, and again, M.A.S.K is not like my thing, but Jeff, if you're still here, I'd love to hear what you have to say in the comments. If I'm just Jeff, who has, I believe, the whole collection, what incentive do I have to get these? These are almost the exact same fucking vehicles we had. Now, there's some differences. Yes, the articulation in the arm is different. They actually swing out. They have some blast effects, which I think look really nice on them. But when I'm looking at all of this stuff, there's no chrome on Rhino. So this one doesn't even look as good as the original. And I don't want to ever be that person like, well, this is how much it cost. Okay, I understand that. But there's no chrome on it. So I don't think it looks nearly as good, because all the stuff that is chromed, when you see an actual semi, you're like, yeah, that's chrome. Now, at first I thought the faces weren't painted, but the faces are painted. And they do have pegs on the side of like Rhino and stuff, so figures can jump onto it. Yeah. So yeah, Condors is $30, Thunderhawk is $45. I thought it was $50, but $45, whatever, close enough. Switchblade $75, Rhino's $100. Now, it's not that I think they look bad, but this is what I wish they would have done. And I talked to Tony about this. So this right here, Thunderhawk, right? Very classic. And there's two ways to look at it. It would have been nice had they taken the new Camaro and made it do this. But I already know that we would have had collectors whining and crying that it's not the original thing as before. But you've given us the exact same thing. I mean, and don't get me wrong, Hasbro's done it with, like, when they had the 4-inch, the 4-inch line. They gave us pretty much a recreation of the All-Striker and the Hiss. They actually redid the thing, and it looked worse. But I think something current would have been actually pretty cool. Or how about this? 3 classic vehicles and 1 new vehicle, right? So this way, someone like Jeff, who has a whole fucking line of these, that now is looking at this going, why do I need a Thunderhawk that looks the exact same, other than my fucking wheel in the back doesn't look like shit like this one? It looks like he has a flat tire because it's not on properly. I don't even know why you would put it out there like that. That looks really bad. That I would have liked to see an upgraded version, an updated vehicle, right? They just gave you 4 classic ones. Now, I'm not saying not saying that it won't happen, but I am saying that they should have. Now, as for the figures, it's nice that there's no reason why they couldn't give them, articulated elbows, right? That would have been nice for it, but they have made it so they can move their arms around. They're kind of like on the O-ring body. That's cool. Same with the knees. They painted the faces, which I didn't think that they did, at least the first picture that we saw. But I don't understand why you're redoing the exact same thing, making nothing different. Kenzo says, why buy oranges? Why buy oranges? Only articulation difference, smaller than classics. Always a reason not to buy something if you want to make a reason. I'm not sure if you're trying to talk to me, but origins were completely, they had more articulation, and the stuff that they did was different. I'm not going to say different scale, but most of it was different. it was a little bit bigger. But yeah, I think they look good. And I don't want to, I'm not criticizing that I don't think they look good, but I really think, especially at a price point like this, you're saying these things are very similar, almost the exact same. If you have them, what is the reason to buy these again? Now, maybe you're saying, hey, you know what? We're reaching out to the people that don't have them. But if I'm correct, I don't think that a Rhino is that much more expensive. So do you want to buy an original one or $100 brand new one? Because I believe the Rhino is like about 120 or 150 bucks. Maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that's what Sergeant Reds had it listed at not too long ago. And that's out of the box. Ed says you buy these to play with so you don't break your vintage with. For $100, do you think people are doing that? And again, I don't mean that as to be like sound like a dick, but you're buying you're buying what could just be you're not posing it like action figures. You're just posing the vehicles. I just think that they made a mistake with the pricing and not adding something new. Now, again, they could later on. Like I said, I like the blast effects. I think they look really good. Then it actually makes it look like it's fucking flying. All right. Seeing the arms move, but again, you also don't have an arm bend. I don't know if that's really going to help. If that's going to help. Help at all. But my thing is, when you do price it at this point, when you do price it at this point, my thing is, if you're a huge M.A.S.K collector, you're going to pay the price for the vintage ones and you already have them. So what is the reason to buy this? If you just like M.A.S.K, are you going to be willing to spend $100 on the Rhino? I feel like if you were that big of a M.A.S.K fan, you would have already just bought the vintage and had them. Same with Condor, Switchblade, and stuff like that. Now, we'll see. I've been saying this for quite some time. I think there's a reason why Hasbro hasn't done M.A.S.K. And I think that it's not as popular as people think that it is. But we'll see. I'm glad they're doing it. But I think asking for a new vehicle, one new vehicle out of the 4 wasn't too much. And again, you have a motorcycle. So you could have just made another motorcycle. Yes, the ramen stuff is much more expensive. Jeff says there's nothing new coming out in that release. No. And so what I was asking, someone like you who has, I believe, the whole M.A.S.K collection, do you have an incentive to buy this? Jeff says it's easier to buy the fucking vintage for what they have on some of these goddamn things. So you're still gonna buy them? So to me, so Switchblade is $250. Okay, see, last I checked that, well, if they've gone up, then they've gone up a lot because they weren't that much at Sergeant Rez not that long ago. But my thing is, why don't you create another vehicle? Do 3 classic vehicles. Make something different. Nothing is different on it. That's what gets me. It's loyal subjects. Loyal subjects. Which doesn't have the greatest track record for like the stuff they've done. Some of the stuff looks good, some of them isn't. So I do think their figures are a little bit better here. I mean, they're a lot better, but they're not good. And I know a lot of people have said they wanted these, but I guess we'll see. We'll see if these are one of those things that sit there and they actually sell. This mask here, I'm sorry. This mask looks like a gimp mask, like it has the mouth open for a specific reason. All right. I would make fun of some toy communities that would love to do that to an owner of a company. So that's why they would leave the mask open, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, I just did it. Anyway, and they do have blast effects. I believe this one has like a blast effect for the eyes. But either way, the mask is here. We'll see if it actually sticks. Well, see, this is where I disagree with that. Yes, it is the mask of the glorious powers. So this is where I kind of disagree, because for what it's doing to make a big semi. If you did it in 1/18 scale, it's going to be much bigger than that, obviously. And if you did 1/12 scale, yeah. Now, I actually thought at first maybe this is a testing to see would they be willing to do a one-off M.A.S.K HasLab. I mean, they did it with, the Ghostbusters car. Would they be willing to do it? But then when I saw the price of this, well, how can they do it? You can't do a 1/12 M.A.S.K Rhino for $250 or $300. With all these bells and whistles, and then people look and go, wait a minute, I'm going to spend $100 on that or $300 on a semi for your HasLab. It says, God damn it, I hate this shit so fucking much. People have been asking for this for a while, and then they motherfuck you. Man, dude, Jeff, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Now, I have not been asking for it. So, I've been saying I think that there's reasons why they don't want to do it. And I've said this before, Hasbro wants to make millions, not thousands. And yes, people have been asking for it. But people ask for a lot of stuff that they have no intention of ever buying. They just want the ability to buy it. That is why people are like, there should be classified vehicles all over the place. Target, Walmart, they can handle them. They can have them there. I became a total downer on this. And you know what, Ken? Awesome. I'm not saying they shouldn't make it. Again, it doesn't, it doesn't, it doesn't bother me. You know that, it doesn't take away from, what I'm collecting. And I don't think they look bad at all. But I do think they don't look at, again, the Rhino without the chrome, when they compare it to the vintage, you go, oof, yeah. Just Jeff says, the price is outrageous. Not to self-plug, but I literally did a video on the inflation and the OG price, and the new price called working overtime really caused you to have to work fucking overtime. I think Jeff gets so mad and he's just fucking frantically typing away. So anyway, but M.A.S.K is finally here. So again, when I sit there and I say I don't think that it's as popular as people think, I know people ask for it, but the moment I heard $100, I went, oh my God, you know what's going to happen? People are going to go, I'm not paying that for it. Now, I was never one of those people. Jeff is getting maximum. That is maximum Jeff right now. But we're gonna find out real quickly, and I hope there is a huge section of people that want M.A.S.K. I do, and I hope they fucking go through every single one of these. I hope they create new ones for everyone. I hope they do a fucking HasLab of 1/12 scale. I hope that this gives Lenny and the whole GI Joe team a reason to create some M.A.S.K figures in Classified. I do. Because again, it's no skin off my back. I don't have to collect it. I can enjoy it from afar. And if people want them, awesome. Then they have the ability to get them. And if the original ones are really that expensive, I know they're expensive because I have looked at them at Sergeant Reds. Price is high, but still cheaper than ramen. But ramen also went with something that they never did. I know they gave you the Thunderhawk or the fake Thunderhawk, but they also gave you a vehicle that they never made before too, right? So, Matthew says, Hasbro tested the waters of the 25th Mat Tracker and the STC exclusive. They didn't sell well for the M.A.S.K stuff. I think it's perfect to mix with. I agree. And I think a HasLab would be awesome in 1/12 scale. All right. Super 7. My favorite company. You all know that. They're doing O-rings. And now they're not just doing Joe O-rings, so we're going to be talking about it. So, first I got to show you off this. All right. So they have this dragon. $300. Just going to say it. If you're going to spend fucking $300 on this goddamn fucking thing, double that fucking money and go buy the fucking Mythic Legion dragon. They're going to sell this thing for $300. I don't ever want to hear anyone bitch about how much that fucking Mythic Legion's dragon costs, which is going to come out to about $700 after taxes and shipping. But man, I don't care because that thing looks so much fucking better. But anyway, I wanted to show that off because this thing is $300. I think it is. Again, I think everything Super 7 does is grossly overpriced. All right, so this is for Matthew. Now, some people believe that Hasbro owns the right to O-ring. They don't. Matter of fact, I don't even believe they were the original makers of O-rings. There were other companies that were doing it, like Galoob and I forget, Mego, I think, did it with the Dukes of Hazzard. The Dukes of Hazzard, Chips, stuff like that. I think Starsky and Hutch, if I am correct. Hi, it's me, says $300 dragon, but you can get it before at 2035. Probably not the Mythic Legion dragon. Have you ever seen how long it takes Super 7 sometimes to do stuff? Okay, Matthew's saying Mego created the O-ring. Same with MCR. Again, so Hasbro doesn't own the right to O-ring, and I don't know why people thought this. You had the core. They made O-ring figures. Yeah, they were shitty, but they still made them. So there's no reason why people could not have been making O-rings before. Could they make O-ring GI Joes? No, but it didn't mean other people couldn't make the O-ring. Once again, all the people that want O-ring stuff understand it's just not super popular. But anyway, Super 7 is finally doing it. Same price as the Reaction, which is all. When these things are the same price as Reaction, all they're fucking telling you is Reaction are way over fucking price, and people have been paying for it forever, although a lot of them aren't, because that's why the GI Joes are always clearanced out. So here we have Dracula with a pretty cool accessory here of a candle, his little cape. We have Marty McFly with a guitar, which I think actually looks pretty good. Now, I'm not a fan of most of the stuff that Super 7 has been showing us. Here's Marty McFly on a skateboard. Now, I found this to be really odd that they made this Marty McFly, the 80s Marty McFly, and here he is, and he looks like he did in Back to the Future, and they gave him a skateboard. Although they made skateboard reaction figures, they couldn't give them fucking skateboarders. Or give them skate. They made skateboarders and couldn't give them skateboards. Come on. You guys knew I was going to bitch about that. Toy Matrix, a lot of stuff. it seems like they're scaling back on the reaction because they're starting to see that people don't fucking care. Just trying to see what something was said here. Yeah. Anyway. And here's Doc. And again, the one thing that does bother me is I understand when you do vintage O-ring. I'm sorry, when you do vintage Star Wars or retro Star Wars, you want it to make it look like that. If you're doing the GI Joes, you want to make it to look like this. There's no reason why you can't make these look a little bit better. The Viper Scout says, knew you were going to comment on the skateboard. Fuck yeah, I was. The moment I saw it, I got pissed off about it. Yeah, Matt LaCroix has some really nice O-ring stuff. Here's your Wolfman in O-ring form. Creature from the Black Lagoon, I believe. Blue Lagoon, I don't know. Someone will tell me. All right, so here are the GI Joe O-rings. And we're getting a color-changing Zartan that is from Cold Slither. Now, this is supposed to be color-changing in the sun like the original. Will it actually change? I don't fucking know. I don't believe anything that fucking Super 7 tells us, right? They also lied about saying that the original Zartan reaction figure color changed, and then they removed it. That's fucking, yeah, that's a Brian Flynn bullshit right there. Anyway, I guess we will see. It comes with a microphone. Here's the actual card art of it. And there is something about these, there is something about these O-rings that just, they don't, I don't know. I just don't think they look great. Here's a card art on the back so you can kind of see whatever card, all the characters are coming. And I will say this again. This is what Classified should do with their retro line. There's no reason why you can't show other retro figures. They don't have to be in that same line. Don't show us just 3. They should look at this and go, wow, we can fit almost everything on it that we need to. So here's what he's supposed to look like when he changes. Will he actually change? Come on. Who's going to buy it and find out? And here's what he looks like without it. So clearly you can see all they did was they just dabbed it with paint. They didn't actually show it change. Now I don't understand why they're already doing a repaint of Snake Eyes. How is this Snake Eyes different than the one they gave us? Can somebody tell me? And Viper Scott, yeah, again, I know you're into them, and I would dig on these too. I can't believe I just used that term. I think they were pretty cool too, but when I see them, I'm just like, they look awful. You know, they don't look good. Looks like Ozzy yelling, Sharon! What a mess that fucking show was. So what is different about the Snake Eyes than the first one, other than they painted them? And they don't give him the Uzi. Is there something different? Yes, he's a different color. But if that's all that it is, and we were told we're going to give you figures you don't have. Let me see. Yep, I have version 2 Snake Eyes. And I had them back in the 80s. Wild Bill. Now again, in with the Minecraft sword. I'm pretty sure I got this for my kids when they were younger. Now, again, different colors. This AI art is awful, and I don't have a picture of it, but if you zoom in on the hand, he has 6 fingers. So he has the thumb, he has the trigger finger, and yes, he has 4 fingers on the grip underneath the trigger, under the trigger guard. How does this shit get by? Viper Scout says, Sumbo accurate Wild Bill. Hope will fit in the Dragonfly. I think he will, because I believe that is what they want it to. But Mr. Magda says, after handling a 6-inch figure with better paint apps and articulation, I don't do those little guys with that movement just for me. See, and Mr. Madgas, what I will say to that is, if I did not have such a large O-ring collection, and a lot of it being my original stuff, I probably wouldn't collect it either. I probably would have got rid of most of it. So I'm with you 100%. Construction Walker. Wow. Hi, it's me. Says people born after AI have 6 fingers. Now maybe he has 6 fingers on the actual figure, and that's why. But I mean, he looks like he's wearing a life jacket. He looks like he's going on the pontoon boat with his cavalry hat. So, and all right, so there's something so they gave him a pistol with a trigger guard, except they don't have trigger fingers, so it's gonna look stupid in his hand. Again, here we have another version of Cobra Commander. So again, I understand it's a Snow Cobra Commander, which I do like. I have a 4-inch version of this guy. But why are you already doing another Cobra Commander? Why can't you do Destro? There's a whole bunch of things that I feel like you could do. So basically, you're saving on the head. It looks like the legs are probably the same. The arms are probably the same. And then you probably just had to create a different vest here. So, and then they did a python bat, which they already did, but they did an O-ring for him. So again, a repaint already. So Super 7, who just, I mean, again, you want to talk about a fucking repaint after repaint after repaint after repaint? This is what they do, and this is how they're fucking, they're already approaching it. So, yeah, he's from the movie. I mean, I get it, but why are you already doing a Cobra Commander when there's so many other figures, so many other characters you can get? Come back to the repaints a little bit later. Especially for this. So, within this small line, they have 3 repaints with a slightly different, torso for Cobra Commander. All right, Gridiron Studios. I'm going to show this off here. This is your Arctic Hound. And I got to say, this is one that has me really thinking about ordering, but I don't have $200, especially with everything that's going to be coming. All right. To me, this is something that, I mean, I know I'm getting an All-Striker. This does not look like a Snowcat. All right. So I like it. I think this is actually going out of bounds, not just trying to recreate a GI Joe thing. All right. And having this here with the big tires, and then you have the skis in the front, maybe a little bit too much, machine gunnery on it, like on the sides, but I do like the machine gun in the passenger side. I like the minigun. So this is actually pretty damn cool. All right, and then you have the minigun right there. I like this, but for $200, it's kind of on my price range for everything. So it says, get it, I'll make you a frostbite. Oh, yeah, not the $200. Although, if you make me a frostbite and it doesn't cost me anything, then I'm saving money. But I don't have $200. I'll just say that right now. But yeah, the gridiron stuff I have breaks more than Valaverse. 3D printed isn't made for playing with. I agree with you to a point. I will say this: I wouldn't be taking this out and thinking that it's going to last nearly like you. I wouldn't be rolling it down the hill, right? Like you guys watched the video of me race the Stinger and the Vamp. You wouldn't see me doing that with this. Not to mention the tires aren't rubber either. So, but I do think this looks good. To me, this is something that I think is better than what they showed off. All right. Now we're going to get to GI Joe. We're going to actually wrap up the show in another half hour. But I am going to finally actually use the restroom. So what I'm going to do is we're going to play a little bit of Mossman for a second.
Oh, hey guys, what's going on?
Mossman, what are you doing back here?
Oh, you see, so Skeletor, he had to go to the grocery store. He had to go buy more barbecue Pringle chips. And so he's put me in charge here for a little bit. In charge of y'all. He said, man, Mossman, I have to go to the grocery store, so I need to put you in charge of Snake Mountain. Mwahahahaha.
Yes, that's Skeletor. That's Skeletor. Right.
Skeletor said since I was in charge, I could use the credit card and maybe go online and buy some action figures for myself.
Oh, some action figures sound kind of nice. Yes. Maybe we can go to Big Ben.
Yeah, Beastman, we don't say that around here. We go to HellDopeToys.com. They have the best prices in town, and they ship everything in one business day. One business day, Beastman. That means I buy it, and it comes to my house super fast, and they pack it all real nice. So when I go to do my YouTube reviews for my 5 subscribers, I'll be like, oh, look at this minty fresh package box that I got from HellDopeToys.com. So what are we waiting for, y'all? Let's go get that credit card and head on over to HellDopeToys.com right now before they run out of all the good stuff.
BX Medic, you are showing up just in time to talk a little bit of GI Joe. So I know a lot of people have already covered this, whether it be on Saturday or Sunday or Monday, I guess, because technically it's Tuesday now. All right. So Void Rivals, again, I threw this in this just because I really didn't know where to put this. Chris McLeod showed this off. This is, I think, this is San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. So here is your Jetfire. And is this a Micronauts, I believe? So I don't think they scale and fit in there. How big would Jetfire have to be to fit a 3.75 figure? That would be absolutely awesome, but it would be fucking huge. Tony says, stop breaking shit. I'll send you a crap ton of pics with Hella Gridiron, and I'll tell Mark he'll replace them. Anyway. I'm just reading through some of this stuff. All right, so I didn't get to talk about this. A lot of other people did because this came out Tuesday. Be quick, guys, because this is going to go up, and you're not going to be guaranteed to get it. So anyway, the Cold Slither. Now they have been hinting at stuff. And I'm not saying I knew this was coming because it sounds like nobody did. And I'm not going to be one of those people like, I knew that this was coming because I didn't fucking know. Chris McLeod didn't fucking know. So you didn't fucking know. Anyone that says that they fucking knew this was coming, they're lying pieces of shit. I don't know if anyone said that. I don't know if anyone has said that they that knew this was coming. Anyway, when you look at what Classified has been doing, especially when they were doing the pack or the windowless packaging, they were fucking hinting at so much stuff. A fucking polar bear, a rattler. Like, they were hinting at stuff that we didn't think that they would fucking do. And all the Coach Slither stuff, constantly putting the dreadnoughts in a diorama where there was instruments around them. We all should have been like, yeah, this is so fucking obvious. It's like something about Mary when he kept talking about Brett leaving, Brett this, Brett that. She's a 49er fan. And then you find out it was Brett Favre that was her fucking boyfriend. I don't know why I'm swearing so much. Anyway, we get Zartan with his guitar and his strap. This is a hell of a figure. Someone said that this finally ends the discussion if he's wearing if that's his hair or like a hood that he's wearing on the classic figure. But yeah, so they kept hinting at stuff, and we should have known that they were going to do something like this. This is a perfect San Diego Comic-Con exclusive. This is a perfect con exclusive. This is not something that people need. This is something that some people want. But if you're just like, hey, I want military figures, I want the GI Joe as they were in the 80s, you don't need this. It's not a Dr. Mindbender. It's not Zard or Serpentor or anyone like that. So now you can tell that these legs look to be pretty much the exact same. Another guitar along with the strap. I hope these sunglasses are just permanently on. And it's like, are they punks or are they rockers? They're cock rockers. This guy has an arrow pointing to his manhood with his guitar right there. Again, another strap. Now, again, when they say how many accessories there are, they are counting every single little thing. All right. So just be prepared that every little thing is going to be picked up, is going to be pointed out. We have heard people talk about this drum set and how accurate it is to a drum set. Debo, Derek, he was on with Baldy and Bobby B. He's a musician. He talked about this. You have the cymbals, your two drumsticks, all different kinds of things. Now, the one thing that they didn't show off is a seat for him to sit on. I'm hoping that is not something they have overlooked. But Matthew, I don't think so either, because they've said there's like 49 accessories, I think is what it is. And I know Chris McLeod tried to count every single one of them as possible. But let's say is that, he has a neckerchief around. That's going to be one of the accessories. It's hard to know what they're going to, what they're going to say. So if we go back here, on this picture here, they're not even showing you the straps. So there's a lot of accessories I don't think that we've seen yet. Oops, this one got mixed in. So here's the packaging for it. And the packaging is awesome. It's Jay Gonzo. This thing's going to be $150. Will not be $100. I hope I am wrong. But I think this is going to be $150. It's an exclusive. And when you look at the 3-packs, they go for $90. And this packaging is, well, I don't want to insult the packaging of the Crimson Strike Team, because that's really nice. But this one here is really cool. So here's the Springfield Theater, Slither. I'm assuming that's Monkey Wrench right there. At least it looks a lot like Monkey Wrench. We have Gem, so don't be surprised if this is if there is a Gem pack to come somewhere down the line, because I told you they keep hinting at things that we don't think that they would do. I fully think they could do something Gem wise, right? 99 seems low because 4 figures already 100, right? Yes, and Hasbro is the only ones that tend to jack things up. They jack up rather than bring it down. It's Gonzo's. Matthew says 150. It's the collective idea. I'd like it to be 100. Yeah, and Jay Gonzo, I think Matthew would agree with me when they say, "I hope you're right and we're wrong." Right? Like, I'm, I would be more than happy for it to be $100, but I think it's gonna be 150. So here we have Gem. We have the monkey. I don't remember what his name was. That came with Naga Hide. We have the Dreadnoughts, the enemy. I do like the way they put that in there. That's actually really cool. Call back to the 80s. The Average Joes here. Now, on this, it has all the dates that they're playing. And I thought I had I can't zoom into it, unfortunately. But I looked at it and they had all these different dates on it. And they're all like Springfield. Everything that is in some sort of lore. Broca Island, which I think, again, people say these guys don't even know GI Joe. That's what everyone wants to say, but man, they really do lean into everything that's going on. Or I'm sorry, here's the dates right here. Cold Slither, Band of Vipers. This whole thing, again, to me, it's them showing the love for the lore and mixing the lores together, whether it be from the comic, from the cartoon. I think that is exactly what Classified should be. And if I remember correct, are these the Misfits? I don't think this is Gem. These are the Misfits, right? Gem's evil counterparts. Drock jumping in here. Is anything really an exclusive anymore? You can usually get them online, not just Hasbro. Yes and no. I understand what you're saying. Hasbro tends to be a little bit harder to get with, at least with the GI Joe stuff. I hope not. I hope everyone can get this that wants it. Because I don't really want to have to fight people for it. I don't, it opens up, and I believe it was Emily that said, yeah, if you don't want to display your figures, like you don't want to open them up, you can just display it, and it kind of looks like they're, on stage. But again, you knew it was going to be something like this where you can kind of make your own stage. So, all in all, this is what an exclusive should be. You don't need these characters to collect or to complete any line. But people seem to really want it. So anyway, we have the Misfits. Our songs are better. The collector says the last exclusive, which I believe was Once a Man, became more available eventually, but was a pain at first. Once a Man wasn't that easy to get, but you could get him. I believe, and Matthew, maybe you can help me. I believe Nemesis Immortal was the one that to now is still not everyone could get him. Right? He's the one that kind of came back and was kind of hard to get. So, but you see Torch, Buzzer. Again, I like this. Again, it's not something that people have to have. All right, the the legacy figures. I know some people have not wanted these legacy figures. I do not know why. They are doing a good job, and I know this makes me a shill when I say stuff like this. They are doing a good job of leaning into everything that GI Joe, that Hasbro has done with GI Joe over the years. And we all know that they had leaned into, these types of figures before. And I love that they're doing this. I said when I was on with a Skunk Works, give me Sergeant Savage and Classified. I don't like Sergeant Savage, but I think that it would translate into that really well. These firefighters look awesome. Like, yes, it's Snow Job's Buck, but anything like a snowsuit like that fits perfectly. New head sculpts, the helmets look amazing, the accessories are really good. Having different colored characters, so obviously not everyone is the exact same, whether it be black, white, Asian. Giving them the thermal blanket here. I don't know, they must use thermal blankets, but I know like runners use the thermal blankets and everything. And the photography is absolutely awesome. Like, once again, shooting the galaxy, knocking it out of the fucking park as they always do. Vine Jungle figure factory. I'm not a big Joe guy, but that was a nice set. Yeah, you know what? And Alan, that's the whole thing. That for me, I don't have to want to collect something to appreciate what someone is doing and putting it out. And I feel like that's exactly what you're saying. It's you can appreciate something from afar, not want to get it. Chaz says these are good because they can reuse parts for cost purposes, and it expands the line into between main characters. Well, the Buck is Snowjob's Buck, but the accessories, these are awesome picks, man. I'm with you. Same with the Snake Eyes. But yeah, this is Snowjob. Snowjob's Buck, who's also used. Who else uses it? I think Big Ben uses it. I think Mole Rat uses it. So this Buck has been used now a couple times. The accessories, again, you're grabbing little axes, the sledgehammer. The moment I saw the sledgehammer, I said, Toll Booth is coming. I am glad they gave it to the cover girl. Chad says, let's guess how many grown men are going to accidentally set their houses on fire trying to take these types of photos. Viper Scout says I think Master of Disguise was the hardest. I think you're right. I think that was the lowest one that they did. I'm trying to what about I'm trying to think if Supreme Cobra Commander, I had no problem getting them. I mean, even 00 Snake Eyes, I got him later on. I just waited. Like, they just kept putting him out there. I remember they did that a couple times with, I think they did that twice with Master of the Sky. Serpentor may have been harder. Serpentor and Mindbender, they were pretty damn hard. Fuck. Yeah, I said it. Anyway. The Jaws of Life, which obviously are getting reused from Ripper. We get the Sledgehammer. I think we're going to see the Sledgehammer a lot. This one here, I like that he's just like, fuck yeah, I got an axe and a fucking mini sledgehammer. You know what? Comic book, you're absolutely correct. Master Disguise was available at GameStop in Canada. Same with Serpentor, and I believe same with Dr. Mindbender. I remember like people like we have all kinds of Master Disguises here. And I remember Mega J getting like Zartan like way before anyone because it was sitting at a GameStop. That's yeah. I fully remember. I look at this and I think of Backdraft. But either way, again, I think these figures are awesome. I think they look cool. I love the blanket. Just everything that they've done here. And like, you know, like Chaz said, like this is something they're going to have a lot of accessories. Even though they're using the buck, they have a lot of accessories they can use. And to me, and again, you know, a police officer is going to come. I pointed out before on Shockwaves, there's police officers in the background. That is hinting that they're coming out with a police officer. It only makes sense, right? And I hope they get the paramedics and they get the doctors and everyone. And let's be honest, they got to be coming out with a female soon because they love to make sure there's a female represented in these types of packages. But this is one of those things that Dad's walking through and he's a firefighter. Oh man, we have to get this. You know, little Johnny's there. Oh man, you gotta have this firefighter. Or little Johnny's like, Dad's a firefighter. Grandpa was a firefighter. Uncle Johnny, you know, this is awesome. Well, Stanley, I did say something that I thought I could see a swap coming because they have a lot of the pieces already. So that wouldn't shock me. But I think they just need a regular police officer. You know, I think they should be I think there should be a regular police officer first, just to kind of make sense. Kenzo, I knew you were going to say a correction officer to come. Don't be so sure. But anyway, here's everything that he does come with. It is a good amount of accessories, and like you said, 2 different color faces, so you don't have to have the exact same. Yep, BX Medic. PD, EMS, and plus SWAT. I agree. And I have no problem because you know what? If you don't like them, it's crazy thing. If you don't like it, don't fucking buy it. Crazy. But you do need a doctor. We already know we got a doctor. I think you really need a nurse. And that would really lean into the lore of stuff they've given us before. All right, Law and Order. I like the fact that they really went with the military aspect for the mask with the dog. Obviously, the angry face. I'd rather have an M16 just because that would make more sense than an Uzi. But I do believe he comes with something similar to an Uzi with his classic or with his O-ring character. But yeah. This shot is absolutely awesome. Like that shot right there of him with the mask on. He's trying to pull him back. I don't know if anyone has seen the reel where helicopter hits the beach, drops the dog, boom, dog kind of rolls, runs after it. I mean, I'm not saying it's staged. You can fully tell that it's clearly a training exercise. But it's awesome. And again, they have knocked it out of the park with every single animal companion so far. I don't think this is going to be any different. So, here's our snake armor. It does not come with the character. I'll be 100% honest. I knew that they had always, like, they pretty much shown everything. But I thought for sure that there was going to be like, yeah, there's a figure that comes with it. I still think this is going to be $100. I hope I am wrong. I hope it is 75, like a lot of other people have said. I still think this is going to be $100. It's using all of the flame effects that came with Torch, which again, you look at the hands, the weapons. These are all things that are adding up. Will not be $130 because the Stinger is $100, and the Stinger comes with more. But I think $100 is right. It is right on the money. This thing is about 12 inches tall. So, but looking at the hand accessories, different stuff like this. Hell, this thing actually looks like it actually looks like it has the original snake armor dropped into it. Chaz, I hope you're right, and I hope I am completely fucking wrong. I hope it is $80. I hope that I am so wrong, but yeah. Yeah, Clint, Woody will still order 50. I think he said he's ordering. Did he say he's ordering 13? I don't know why that number sticks out. But he's gonna order more than and you know a blue one's gonna come. You know they're gonna make a blue one. Vine Joe, we talked about that. The M.A.S.K thing. I think so too. I also think that people are going to complain about it. That was my biggest thing. I'm not overly shocked that like Rhino was $100, Alan, but I was also thinking more like the 75 mark. Anyway, I do like the design on this. I'm not a huge mech guy. I've talked about that. I won't be getting more than one of these because then a blue one's probably going to come. So here it is opened up. And let me see what. So Lenny talked about this. I actually noticed this, and then I heard him talk about it. He showed how it all opens up. So the shoulders kind of open up. This thing slides down. The little red pieces right there, they are steps. Those are steps for the character to get up in there. Cobra, I love the fact that they are all about safety. OSHA is in there. They won't let GI Joe in, but OSHA's like, hey, fuck you. You want to get these things on the road to attack GI Joe? We need to get in there. The seatbelts are a pain in the ass. I've already mentioned this before on the Dragonfly video. They are a pain in the ass. This one hopefully will be a little bit easier because it seems it's a little bit more accessible. The controls are on ball joints, so you can actually articulate them around. Great for photography. I mean, the more I'm looking at this, the more I can see this being $75. But I do like the fact that they put little steps. These are little details that, I mean, I know people will say Lenny doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Again, I don't know what you're looking at. But these are, again, this thing is highly detailed in my personal opinion. Reminds me of Ed Smarching and Hoff. Yeah, pretty much. Matthew says, hoping for 60, and I'll order two. I'll order two more, then that, and just one, unless it's $100. Then I'm out. I don't see this being 60 at all. Again, I hope I'm wrong. Venom, nice to have you jumping in here. GI Joe says Dragonfly seatbelts suck. I can't get them separately. I said this before. The problem with the Dragonfly belt is that the bottom piece has the bottom piece has the design on it. The top piece should have it. This way I could just fold it over and not have to buckle them in. And if I take photos, no one's going to notice. But they didn't do it, and it fucking pisses me off. Johnny, I'm with you. I think Matthew's on hopium right now. Johnny Reno, no figure, and Hulkbuster armor was $60. Again, we'll all see. And I hope you're fucking right. Now they did say this will have its own price point. I remember Emily saying that, but then again, sometimes they say stuff and they don't follow through. I did ask Chris McLeod today if they asked how tall it was, and he said he thought they said it was 9 inches tall. So if the bear is sitting, standing 9 inches tall compared to a 6-inch figure, he did say that it is, he did say in another post or in another video that it should be comparable to what a real polar bear would be. I think the polar bear looks really good. Is it as detailed as the Mythic Legions one? I already hear the Mythic Legions people going, that's not as detailed as the bear that cost us $160 or $150, whatever it is. Yeah, it doesn't cost that much either. And it comes with another figure. You get the arrows here. This is removable. 2 different head sculpts. I think the Snake Eyes looks really good. Even with the purple hands on them. I have no problem. So Google says a male polar bear is 6 to 10 inches long. So this is accurate. 6 to 10 feet long. So this is accurate. They've been really on the mark with that stuff. They really have. So here's the photo. God damn, these photos are so good. These photos are so fucking good. Yeah, Matthew. Now, is that what Chris McLeod said? I didn't hear that, and I didn't watch all of it. So it makes sense. They should be glow in the dark. But these photos are awesome. You get the angry bear. It looks like you got a big chomp out of them. Snake Eyes. It looks like they put blood on the knife. Here he is with the bear claw, with the bear trap, which is an awesome accessory. Again, Alan's like, I need a bear. Here's everything that it comes with. The laser rifle, his pistol, knife, 2 regular hands, but then all these glow-in-the-dark hands, and then obviously the bear trap, face sculpts. I'm excited. I'm ready for this. This is my most anticipated figure, to be 100% honest. And Odin says, I'm getting 2 of these dang bears and a crystal ball to go with the Forgotten King. Oh, man. I didn't think that he might fit pretty well with them. So here he is standing up, waving. He needs a Coke. Snake, again, shooting the galaxy. Not that you're watching. Great fucking job, dude. You do some fucking amazing shit. Who knew we needed a polar bear? And here he is riding the fucking polar bear. He's riding the fucking polar bear. Okay, so this is from the cartoon, and he didn't have gloves. That is the reason why there's no gloves on him. With that said, I think they should have given him, gloved hands that went with it. Because you can't use any of the black ones because it's a specific color that he is. So they should have just given it so if people didn't want to recreate the exact same thing. Graph coming in with that's how Timber was born. Well, I think we're going to start seeing that. I'm surprised it's taken this long. But yeah, these photos are awesome. So here's the Cobra Claw. They really created this thing, really recreated this thing pretty nicely. 4 sets of wheels, depending on how it's landing. You got the missiles that are on the wings that look like they kind of move around. 3 different head sculpts. So they're all the same head sculpts that came with the Valkyries. So you can create a lot of these. The automatic shotgun, which is an awesome accessory that came with the Hiss gunner. I don't know why they gave the crossbow, but they gave a bunch of different weapons. Once again, like, all right, I have so many weapons, I don't really care. But I do think the claw is looks pretty badass. And this is what we're looking at, like $55. This is going to be in the same price point as our Trouble Bubbles. Snake Eyes is white. It's shocker, I know. Nobody knew this. The only thing that I wish, and you can't, you just can't do it because they're toys. I just wish you could have Scarlet on there with Snake Eyes reaching around her, stopping Storm Shadow's sword. But I hope someone can recreate that. But yeah, that would be badass. So, but I do love the fact that they, I love these female Valkyries, and this is all that it is, right? So anyway, so there's all the head sculpts for it. And then we get to Footloose. And quickly, let's, where's it at?
Fucking Phil Collins.
Tony's Face has been a member for 17 months. Can't believe I've had channel memberships for that long. All right, so here is Footloose. I mean, I know people try to argue and say he doesn't look like the O-Ring. He looks like Pedro Pascal. Pedro Pascal looks like the O-Ring. And yes, before anyone says anything, I have seen the pictures of people whining and crying about the magazine being backwards. It is the same M16 that we have used. So somebody just put it in upside down. This shit happens, right? It happens with anyone. Should it happen? No. They're usually keyed, but yeah. And again, Johnny Reno, member for 13 months, saying that rifle mag is backwards, and Matthew, 18 months. So we're gonna get a
Fucking Phil Collins. Fucking Phil Collins.
That sounds weird. But I think Footloose looks awesome. Tristan T says, "Don't worry, if there's another GI Joe movie, Pedro Pascal will be in it." Probably. You're probably right. He's already contracted to do it. He doesn't even know it yet. The only thing, like, you're going so vintage with this. The only thing that I don't like on this is that you did not give it a. You didn't give him an F-16 with a sling, because that's what he had with the original. And again, I don't need everything to be the exact original, but if you're doing it, that was one of the coolest things. So here is Crystal Ball. I think people are jizzing over him a little too much. I do think it looks better than the O-Ring. I like the mask. The sword's pretty cool. It looks like he does have like a crystal ball down there. Now, Matthew, or anyone, did you hear if his stuff is glow in the dark? Because this really should glow in the dark. And if this isn't glow in the dark, man, did you fucking miss a great opportunity. Though I will say this, I think that it looks good. It doesn't make me hate it, but in no way, shape, or form can I say that I look at this thing and I think that it's close to being like Raptor, where they made Raptor so cool. This, all right. So just see. I mean, are you guys like in agreement? They missed a great opportunity for this to glow in the dark. This should have fucking glowed in the dark. So that sucks. So, which means it'll probably come. It'll probably come later on in life, right? And we got Venom as a new member, so you get the.
Welcome to the Creamery.
Thank you very much for joining. And just if anyone is wondering, next Friday, I changed it to the second Friday of every month, will be Punk's Pit. So it's only channel members and just a bunch of us shooting the shit. All right. But I do think that this magical mask or whatever it is, it does look really cool. Dark Long. This is a character that, honest to God, look at this getup. It should be awful. It should look stupid. It does look stupid, but man, it works. I think the gun is still stupid, but that's fine. He's Destro's cousin, so of course he can have something that's like that. So Craft says glow in the dark is so 2024. It should be flocked. It should be glow in the dark flock. Look what Aiden says. It's just the awful color legs. Otherwise, I could live with it. But it is the color of his O-ring. Like they match it pretty damn well. There's no doubt about it. Blowtorch. I think again we've kind of seen what Blowtorch is. I like what they did. I like the fact that they're making these masks that the eyes are see-through or the lenses are see-through, so you can see the eyes. Thank you, because that's how it should be. And hopefully the paint doesn't, get picked off or anything.
Here comes the money. Here we go. Money talk. Here comes the money.
Tony's face with the $5 super chat saying, "Great extra long toy for a stream, bro. You're a trooper." And we're almost at 4 fucking hours. I talked way too much on Motu, but you know what? It's your guys' fault. If you guys didn't have sick fucking minds trying to turn everything into a vibrator, not that I brought it up. But again, here you are, Blowtorch. Again, I don't like. This is one of those things where it's like, I don't know how you make them different, but how do you do retro with this figure? It's just, it definitely does become one of those things where, I hope you don't do a retro, or maybe you get rid of all the black. It's just weird, but I do like the Blowtorch on it. And again, it has the same flame effects that Torch has. It looks like they realized they really should have had these when they did the bats, that they need flame effects. So I'm glad we're getting it. That's for sure. Viper Scout says, "Not my fault. I napped through Motu talk." And Dark Long. Okay, or not. Frag Viper. So they really should have explained the face a little bit better. And what I mean by that is not everyone realizes, because when I first saw this, I'm like, that looks stupid. But then it was explained that, because of all the weight, they're a cyborg, which is pretty cool. You know what made that really cool is a fucking file card that explained that. Again, it could be a digital file card. McFarlane would just call it their fidgetals. But that's really what they need. And so when you look at this face, it doesn't make a lot of sense with not having any context to it. But then when you find out that he's a cyborg, you're like, all right, this makes sense. It works. These things are super heavy. How does one carry this around? I don't know. How does heavy metal carry all that stuff around? or Metalhead? How does he carry all this stuff around? Heavy Duty is carrying a fucking, desk around everywhere. So, Venom says, with Frag Viper, I was waiting for a Terminator-style head. This is kind of meh. Well, I'm kind of with you, other than the fact that it has a mask that goes over it. So it's not that bad because I probably won't show it without the mask. This is not one that I'm like, I need to have two so I can have one with the mask on and one without. But yeah. And I never had a Frag Viper, but it's one of those characters as an adult I look at, I'm like, I do like this. Thanks, Roman. Just go. Yeah, itch. Okay, thanks. You done? Don't mind me. I'm only 4 hours in. I would like to sleep before work tomorrow. Who has is that a helmet or an extra head? No, the helmet goes over it. So that's actually what's underneath it. And I know I saw someone ask. Someone asked how far. Oh, Todd C says, how far are we? We're almost done. I'm almost done. My neck is starting to hurt. I lean over too much. So we were just told early on in the show, September is when this, isn't it? Didn't Darren say September this is set to be released, but it does go on sale tomorrow. This is the Hasbro Target exclusive all-mass device. I guess I can't say all-mass device because the polar bear is a is a Famazon exclusive. So that is all specialty stores. Everywhere but Walmart. How about this? Yeah. So Snake Eyes and the polar bear are exclusives to everyone other than Target and Walmart. Street date, okay, 7/20/25. So July. I don't know why I was thinking September. So here we have our breaker. He's just wearing, we've seen this figure a few times, but now we're seeing him actually with the muted green. I believe that's supposed to be green. Absolutely love the bubble gum. I think it just fits. Cool backpack. You're definitely going to get a retro version of this. Hopefully when they do the retro version, they don't give them the exact same. They don't give them that that plate carrier. They give them, either what Stalker had, something like that. And now that's a bubble. Venom saying this breaker would fit well with Night Force. Yeah, it should, considering the Night Force is like kind of all over the place. All right, so this was a total shocker, I think, to everyone. Night Force 2-pack of Beachhead and Quick Kick. And yes, Quick Kick finally has shoes. He has a plate carrier. Couple different heads. Does the original Quick Kick have two heads? He does. Oh yeah, because he has like the one kind of like duck face one, but then they're giving him a separate head, nunchucks. He's got to have some guns, right? Nah, I'll find guns for him. Beachhead now comes with, and again, they're really going deep into this fucking sniper, which I do like. I think it's actually pretty good. I think Beachhead looks really good, and I'm gonna say I think Quick Kick looks good. I'm actually happy to get a Quick Kick that is not barefoot, because I think Quick Kick sucks. Johnny Reno says Quick Kick grew in height and muscle mass. Amazing. They're toys. Hold on. You know what? Fucking Johnny Reno. This is what you're getting. This is what you're fucking getting.
We're talking about freaking toys here. They're toys.
All right, Johnny. No, I actually did notice that Quick Kick seemed a little bit bigger. But again, it also may be the angle. I don't know why you wouldn't just use, you know, I mean, you could have just used the upper body of Quick Kick. There's no reason not to. So, but hey, you know what? He might have got on the steroids. But again, I'm impressed with Quick Kick. He does look good. He still has the throwing stars. He has the knives, swords, everything like that. So we see our divers. I don't think there's really too much to talk about the divers here. They don't come with anything that we haven't seen so far. You get your Cobra and your Joe divers. This is one that, yeah, I'll get it to review it, but let's be honest, this thing's going to be sitting on shelves, and it will be clearance because I don't think that people need divers all that much. Bitch, I never wore deodorant. That was in the cartoon. GI Jetman says Beachhead is least favorite character on GI Joe. I didn't like Beachhead as a kid. I have really come to like him. Liquid Identity says, I want 2 red divers, nuts to Joe's. All right. But again, I do think they look good. I do really think that these diver suits, these bucks, look really nice. But we know we're going to get every single diver that they can make because these bucks can't make these. There's nothing else you can use this stuff for. And then we get to the retro cards. Now, these go up on pre-sale tomorrow, which I will have all the links to. So wait, I will have the links to Amazon, Entertainment Earth, so you can order through it. Help support the channel. That's what it does. Oh, I'm totally trying to avoid what you guys want to talk about. So, hey, look at this. So I already saw someone complaining about the AI work on this. Now, I'm not going to try and justify this, but they kept pointing to his gun, and I couldn't figure out what they were so upset about. There is no reason why they can't do what they've been doing. I'm just going to say it. There's no reason why they can't, but I don't think this one looks bad. All right? I don't think this AI artwork looks bad. So they're basically getting all the exact same heads, just with different writing on it, which is cool. This is where they're hearkening into the lore of the cartoon that I know so many people absolutely love. I'm not a huge fan of the cartoon. Yes, I enjoyed it, but I do like the fact that we are getting some stuff there. This figure, I know he looks like the retro, but he looks like the modern O-ring one that they did. I have a couple of them. I think both the crotches are actually broken on them. But I like this figure. I like the short sleeves. I like the new vest, so they are cutting Costco figure. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's not AI. Because I don't know who's... Yeah. Now, this is funny because I really like these shots. I love the walking shots. I mean, I love when I get a walking shot. But this is what they do with Marvel Legends and Star Wars Black Series. They just put them on a black background. And I didn't understand why. They did it with all of these. I love this one because he's like scratching his head like, what am I supposed to do next? But yeah, these are some pretty good pictures. And there he is, guys. So I'm going to say this. If you're opening your toys, you don't have to look at that. The action figure does not look like the artwork, which is okay. This looks bad. Like, it looks really bad. Again, if you're opening your action figures and you're hiding the cards, yeah. I believe it was, I think, Chaz, you can correct me. I think you put a side by the original artwork. You want to make this thing look really fucking bad? Put it side by the original Flint artwork. And you'd be like, wow, it's even worse than I thought. So again, the action figure doesn't look like that. And that's what I'm concerned with. But who the fuck said this is okay? And I mean that. You can't tell me that when they got this, and let's say it's not AI, maybe someone did this. You can't tell me that when they got this, they couldn't have walked through the halls of fucking Hasbro and said, who can fucking draw and who can do this? Right? I don't get it. Chaz says, why wouldn't they just go with what they had been doing? Dude, such a good fucking question. And again, you make subtle changes. That's what they've done. This is fucking... Okay, but again, I don't... I'm not keeping it on card. So it doesn't bother me that much. But let's be honest. This thing's sitting on the peg here. Every single kid that sees it is going to make fun of it. Hey, Dad, didn't you like GI Joe when you were a kid? You always talk about it. What is that? But yeah. Again, I don't know how they got approved. Yeah. Hector Burrito is rolling in his grave. And again, I don't know why they couldn't just use the regular artwork. Now, please, Flint, do not say anything. Don't say it. Don't say it. Because we'll have all the liberals really upset that this guy is about to yell something that is offensive to them. Anyway, someone should have really thought about this picture. I love these walking shots, but the beret comes off. Everything is very classic to what he had originally. So I'm very happy. I didn't have a problem with the original Flint. I thought that face sculpt, I still think that face sculpt is really good. Yes, some people say he looks a little too old and too grizzled. Go look at the original card art and tell me that guy doesn't look old and grizzled. The collector says, I have 2 of every previous retro. Not getting 2 of these. You know, you will. That's the problem. You will, and you're going to be like, God damn it. Because you'll be looking and going, I should have. But as long as the action figure looks good, I like this. I like the way he's pulling it away. Again, I like little subtle shots with the photography when they do stuff like this. So, and again, here we can kind of see everything. Again, these are Cobra Commander's original hands, which means world domination hands. I know I've heard them say that, oh, hey, yeah, it's so you can hold the rifle. No, I can just stretch the trigger hands. I like that you have fists. I like that there's a pointy hand. I do not need a world domination hand with Duke, Flint, or anyone else to give me it. If you know what the world domination hand is, it is the 4th hand here. It is Cobra Commander holding the world. Here's the new cover girl. I've already gone over her, and we've already seen Jeremy Kimberlin's. You know, he has her in hand and has had her for quite some time. Nice little punching, fight shot here. Then we get the Viper, which I think looks really good, but I like the original Viper weapon. I'm going to say it. I wish I would not have gotten rid of it because it looks very close to the classic version. This is where we say, you know what? If you're going to give us classic, if you're giving us retro figures, they should be pretty close to what you gave us. Look at Flint. Other than that awful artwork, they give you everything that he came with as a kid. It's the whole Lady J's ass hand. I have to remember that I want to do that picture now. The front on the car looks like it makes TikTok dance videos. Testicle cupping. All right. Here's Dr. Mindbender with all his glory. Again, we know what Dr. Mindbender looks like because most of us already have the exclusive. It's the same damn figure. Rock and Roll, we've already seen. I think this one looks awesome. Very, very classic. And then here's the bunker that so many people are going to be pissed that they didn't order because I have a feeling this is going to be the hard one to get because the thing sat up there and now it is gone. And when you look at it like this, it doesn't look like a portal potty. Sandbags, you can stretch it out. So if you didn't get it and they don't bring it back up or that it doesn't last long, you have only yourself to blame. Just pre-order the shit and then cancel later on. You know, and hey, Liquid, that's perfectly fine. You're seeing it. You're going, I still think it looks like crap. But you know that there's going to be people that are going to flip out that they weren't able to get it. And that's it. That's 4 hours and 13 minutes. I didn't think that it'd go this long. I didn't even go that long in my opening. And there's still 66 people watching. Please hit that like button if you haven't. I should have asked more, considering I've been here this fucking long. Hopefully some people in the chat were saying, hey, hit that like button that I missed. 76 likes. 70 likes now. Crazy that we've been here this long. Some of you have stayed the whole time. Thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what else to say. This is the longest one that I've done. I'm going to try not to go this long every single time. Well, Snow Wolf, part 2 will be tomorrow at 6:30 because I will be doing a show with Baldy, the Viper, the Island Viper, Terry the Island Viper, and Spec. And I think we're doing about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So 6:30. It is going to be simulcast here. It'll be on Baldy's, and I believe it'll be on Specs and the Island Vipers channel also. So if you really want a part 2, yeah. Johnny, I've done 36 plus hours. You know, I got to start preparing myself for that. I can't. Fuck. I can't do this. Anyway, thank you guys all for tuning in. 4 hours and 15 minutes. This is by far the longest Monday Night Toy Ramblings, which became Tuesday Night Toy Ramblings, or Tuesday Morning Toy Ramblings. I promise I have no intention of doing one this long next week. But I'm going to get out of here. Again, tomorrow, tune in 6:30. I will be simulcasting here. Baldy, the Island Viper, and Spec. Right after that, or shortly after that, tune in to Ed and Travis, my one moderator. They do a show, and then during their show at 10 p.m., Pop Blender and Matthew Matson, my other moderator, they go live. I've already said I will not cross over. This Wednesday, I'll have my premiere of 81 through 100 of the GI Joe Classified. This Thursday, for Thursday with a Friend, I will have the one, the only Patrick, not Picard Stewart, from the Full Force Articulated Points. And then Friday, I will be on with Pop Blender at 10:30. And then fuck all you. I'm not doing YouTube all weekend. Although I'll be recording shit. Also, this Thursday, if you're watching Reacher, Talking Reacher comes out on the Coalition. Please check it out. Go give it a like, a thumbs up, all that good stuff that we're constantly telling you guys to do. Here's a link to that. Yeah. You guys are getting a lot of me on YouTube this week. And the only thing that I'm putting out there is a couple of vintage reviews. So anyway, thank you guys all for tuning in, especially to all of you that stayed this whole time. You guys are absolutely wonderful, and the show does not exist without all of you. Thank you, and I will see you guys all later on today.